Live. I'm hitting all the post buttons on all the places in which posts need to be happening because that is the thing that we do here. Oh boy, am I excited for this stream. But while we wait for people to come in and join us on this lovely journey of wrestling stream that we have planned, Xander, you brought this up in pre-call, and Walter, I've been looking forward to getting your thoughts on this all day. How you feeling about the artist formerly known as Project L?
I wish it had stayed Project L.
Everyone does, right? Like, so two things immediately come to mind for me. One, and I hate to give Reddit props for anything, but someone said that it should have been called Lethal Tempo, and I haven't been able to unsee that. Like, yeah, that would make so much sense. Plays into League lore, plays into fighting games. It would be really well done. Two, you've just thrown in letters and symbols next to each other. And the problem with that and saying, well, it's pronounced how it's spelled, which I understand you're doing as a joke because you need to roll into these things. Every language pronounces those letters differently, right? So it's pronounced how it spells has very different meanings in every language people will be playing in, either by using the English pronunciation or by putting in their own pronunciations. So it's terrible no matter what.
Yeah, no matter how you cut it, it's just bad. It's just objectively bad. And I have not seen, like, our fighting game community has been pretty eagerly awaiting it. And I have one player from the Smash team.
I don't know what we're talking about, but I agree entirely with your points.
2XKO is the name of Project L now, to catch you up, Eduardo.
2XK. Oh, no, that's a terrible name.
It's so bad, and it's so funny.
No.
Like, rioters are having to go on and say, like, well, actually, I really like the name, and it's like, no, you don't. I don't believe you. Also,
but let me tell you why you're all wrong. Let me tell you why you're all wrong. Okay, because it's actually very clever. Because what it is if I remember correctly, Project L it's like a tag. Like there's you have two characters. It's like one of those kind of anime fighting games.
Yeah.
So clearly they are playing into you have to eliminate both of them. So it's 2 times knockout. They are very clever and very smart, and you are all very dumb for not seeing the genius of their ways.
But it's not pronounced 2 times KO, and no one would call it that if they did.
Well, that's because you're dumb.
But yeah, no.
That's because you're dumb.
Man,
yeah,
it's a shame that
I am memeing. I hope everybody understands I am memeing. Purely because I just watched the trailer while you were talking, Chase, because I had not actually had a chance to watch the trailer.
I haven't seen the trailer, but like that does straight up not roll out of the tongue in Spanish.
No,
wait, no.
Dos Equis doesn't roll off the tongue.
Dos Excal. And the worst part is that
doesn't roll off the tongue.
The worst part is that Dos Excao kind of sounds like Dos Excago, which kind of means defecated in Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard like someone in Portuguese was saying that if they pronounced it the way Riot does, it would sound like they were trying to order a cheese sandwich, which seems bad. I don't know, man. We've seen a lot of team fighters out there. They don't feel the need to do this. It just seems...
Someone at Riot's marketing team should get fired for this, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't want to call... We're in the midst of layoffs and everything.
I was going to say, the dark joke is they possibly have.
Of those... Well, hold on. I was going to say, bring all of those people back and then fire this one guy. All right? Like, that's my trade-off to Riot. They want to, they want to save some money. We want people back, not this guy, though. Right? This person... Or whatever AI... program they use to come up with that title to cut costs, like uninstall it.
Well, Xander, here's the thing. Remember that, what was it, last week? Apparently, literally last week, a week ago, there was a warrant notice filed in California that they were laying off 336 employees in Los Angeles and Redwood City. So maybe the marketing person was on that list.
Yeah, maybe. Give it time, I guess. Which bleak, but like, goddamn. Look, as someone who worked in marketing, I know how this happened, right? Someone proposed this in a meeting along with several other bad names, and this was the one that got the most buzz among whatever team they brought in to like focus test this in front of people, and they just never talked to a person outside of the marketing department. That's the most generous description I can come up with.
I was gonna say that's very generous. This is so bad. It feels like one person came up with it, was really enthusiastic, and just like force fed it to everyone until they were like, I guess. That's more so what this feels like to me. But
I was like, giving you props for giving them the benefit of the doubt that they like focus tested this.
I was gonna say that's literally what I was gonna say.
It's possible that that an executive brought this up and someone was like, "Are you sure about that?" And he's like, "Well, I don't know. Do you want to be outside of the? Do you want to no longer be with Riot Games like all those other people?" And they were like, "That sounds great, boss. Sounds
good. Yep,
sounds good."
Do you want to increase our layoffs numbers? No, boss. It's good.
No, it's good, boss. I swear. I love this name. It's my favorite name.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
I think you're all wrong. It is genius, and
yes, we're the dumb ones. You're right.
I've assumed we've been like live all this time.
Yeah, we've been live this whole time, and as Devin says, we've been off to a rollicking good start. I let the record show, those of you watching the VODs later, or those of you watching the stream right now. Xander asked this question like, "Hey, can we talk about this real quick before we get started?" And I said, "Fuck no, we're starting with this. This is the thing we need as our opening note tonight," which is good.
No, I agree.
Because it's all uphill from here, folks, because whatever you think about the name of that game, we've got 4 great silver pay-per-views in Journey of Wrestling that all have much better names. That are all
literally you can pick like any of our names for any of our pay-per-views and it works better than 2XKO.
Yeah,
1,000,000%.
Make your choice would be a better League of Legends wrestling game for sure, or a fighting game for sure. But I do need to introduce everybody here individually. I've already introduced Xander because he started this conversation. You've heard Walter, my lovely co-host of the Rough Drafts podcast, and say to the nice people, hi to the nice people at home, Eduardo.
Hi to the nice people at home, except for the one person that proposed 2XKO.
There we go.
Man,
I love the person who proposed 2KXO. Sorry, 2XKO. My bad.
Yeah,
can't even say it.
And that's never going to happen either, right? No one's ever going to transpose those letters. It's never going to get thrown off in any sort of like article writing. Man. It is. It's a good time. But
hey, can someone pronounce 2KOX for me real quick?
2KOX.
You want to phonetically sound that? You just want to sound that out for me real quick?
Two cooks.
Yeah, there it goes. Yeah.
There were some good like
which is better than one cook, not quite as good as 3 cooks.
True.
That's the sequel.
All right. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. That's the X videos version of the.
Well, on that note, let's
fun fight. It's not a fighting game anymore.
Yeah, this stream, by the way, sponsored by. Oh God, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Though that's only for the brawl segments that Xander does.
Correct.
All sponsored and all seemingly get a boost compared to my brawl event. So clearly he's doing something right by definitely contacting all of these companies that he does sponsored segments from. But
true.
We are in a very interesting position in our charts right now because we have gone back. We have rescored all of our cards, including we have determined that the hype system is working properly since the last time we did this stream, which means the standings going into tonight, I am in the lead with 5.5 points. Xander, who has won the last 3 pay-per-views in a row, has 4.5 points. A win tonight ties him with me. Eduardo, you were at 3 points as of right now. And Walter, how you doing, buddy?
You know, Chase, I'm doing really, really, really well. Mm-hmm. I'm doing great. Yeah. I'm doing so well. I'm not going to be here for the next stream because I'm going to fly to LA and beat the shit out of you instead.
That's true. You're going to take the old Rough Drafts belt and give me the karma I deserve for that one. That's fair.
Part of that sentence is correct.
Can I join your journey?
Oh, please do. Would be an absolute pleasure. But
I have to remake the Rough Drafts belt to bring it out there. So,
well, then I'm saved for now. we'll see if it's worth the effort by the end of the night based on how the show goes, I suppose. But we're going to start, as we always do, with Eduardo here because the whole time zones being a thing means we try to be kind to our Chilean friend here. So, Eduardo, what can fans tonight expect from the Campeonato de Luchasaur's silver pay-per-view? Make your choice.
You can expect free words, total non-stop action. It's going to be a great star-studded event tonight. We have a ton of belts on the line, including one of my personal favorites, the Nova Championship. But we also have the first defense of the greatest, as people may remember at home. Hayley won the Invitational, and now she's going to defend that championship in an open challenge match. So we're gonna have to see how this day goes. I'm gonna temper my expectations, but I'm gonna do fine. So.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. It's going to be the first open challenge match that any of our players in this series have ever done. And there is a non-0% chance that an injured wrestler that is technically capable of wrestling might throw herself into the mix. So,
yeah, but as I often say, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen because we're going to get started now. And look at this. Look at this lovely poster we've got for Make Your Choice here. You've got Alyssa Rose, you've got Kelly Torres, and you've got who is the one on the left? One of your belt holders. We'll see him later. As always, we don't read what the announcers have to say. The writers, they don't know what they're talking about. We've got the storytelling, and we are starting with a tag steel cell match opening with. Sorry, please.
By the way, Chase, I'm just going to throw a random number, and I'm going to let you guess what the statistic is for.
Okay.
16.2 minutes.
16.2 minutes.
Yes, I'm going to let you guess what that statistic is for.
The length of this tag steel cell match between Here and Now versus Psycho Circus?
No, it's the time it took to sell out every ticket for tonight's event. So
wow,
I'm hyped for this, guys, and it's also like also the fans are very hyped for this.
Absolutely, yeah. That starting hype number is a good one. But yeah, tell us about this steel cell match between Here and Now and Psycho Circus, who last we saw Psycho Circus, they just defeated Omerta and blown off that feud. So how did we get here?
Yeah, basically like the Here and Now, Noah and Ryota, basically think they can stop the Psycho Circus in their Rampage of Mayhem they've been pulling out recently, so they like open challenge them for this pay-per-view. And as we say here at the Campeonato de Lucha Sur, the only way to properly define a tag match is at the steel cage. So obviously that was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean that does seem like a great way to start this feud. I mean, Xander, looking at Here and Now and Psycho Circus, who do you think has the upper hand tonight?
Guys, there's only one team you can root for here, and that's Psycho Circus. They gotta win. They gotta collect the dub. I can see maybe them losing, but I don't want them to. It's a tag steel cell match. All right? El Tigre de Neon can cry from the stands, from outside the cage, while Psycho Circus absolutely take it to Noah and Ryota.
I mean, that is an interesting theory. Walter, do you agree with that assessment?
See, here's the thing. El Tigre de Neon, he can be outside the cage and open the cage door, the cell door. Oh wait, it's a cell match. It's not a cage match. I mean, he can be hiding under the ring and make his way in after the cell comes down. He could try and get his way in by cutting the lock or whatever. I don't like clowns, so Noah and Ryota.
Okay. Well, Eduardo, we've got one vote for Here and Now, one vote for Psycho Circus. Who did you give the win to tonight?
Obviously, that there's time and a place to do things, and the time and place is Here and Now.
Here and Now it is. My 5.5-star match for an opening match between a 621 popularity and a 757. That is a great roll here. Only half of a star coming from Cool Spot, so that would have been a 5-star match naturally. Sure, Psycho Circus seemed mad about losing to somebody at Here and Now's caliber, but a huge victory for Here and Now. And a holy shit moment as Matthew No catapults Psycho into the steel wall, getting you 30 creativity points and a nice start to this feud. Well done, Eduardo.
Boo.
It just goes to show.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Not listening to Xander can go a long way sometimes.
This is very true.
Yeah, that has led me to success in the past.
Yes.
And,
well, we certainly, this belt has been controversial for Xander in the past. It is the Nova Championship, which for people like Devin, who I don't believe have been here before, this is a golden teddy bear on a pole match. Every match in the Nova Championship is a golden teddy bear on a pole. So these wrestlers are going to have to try to climb their way to the top and grab that golden teddy bear, because who knows what's inside? Probably a championship. Eduardo, how did this group of wrestlers get here to this match today?
Well, only like the best of the best, like get on the fight in order to qualify for this match. This is mostly done out of qualifiers, with the exception of Eagle, who was a former championship, trying to push his way back into this. And they're all been experienced in pole matches in the past. They know how to climb it. They know how to grab that appreciated teddy bear. And they're gonna look to grab the golden one, which is worth all the marbles,
Absolutely. The stakes are high. Walter, do you think that Kyle Cage, the UK's best, is going to retain the title tonight, or are we going to have our second title change in 2 months?
I think the only person that could possibly win it would be Masucci, just because he was the main title holder. It does seem like you could, give him a win. He's 0-6 in his last match. It's 2-7 overall. But no, I say you keep the belt here on Kyle Cage.
What do you agree with that, Xander?
No, you know what? Since we're memeing, the last time that I gave Eduardo advice and he listened to it, ignoring all those other times where when listening to me got, creativity points. Here, you know what? Ignore me now. Give it to anyone other than Eagle. Give it to literally anyone other than Eagle. All right? Feel free to ignore me on this one. Give it to anyone other than Eagle. Let me know how that goes for you.
You make it so tempting to throw the belt on the Eagle just to make you mad. But it's not going to happen tonight, as the person that successfully climbed the pole and caught the teddy bear was Kyle Cage.
Yes, Kyle Cage does retain. Luckily, Isamu Masucci does not take too much of a popularity hit. A huge boost for Kyle Cage. He is now just 12 points away from starting his own journey to being a face of the company. Oh, by the way, 2 matches in, 2 5.5-star matches, 2 holy shit moments as Kyle Cage kicks out of Dywick Damerla's finisher, uses body to get up and asks to be finished off. You love to see that. Another nice score of points for you. And the Nova Championship, which did not exist as recently as 3 pay-per-views ago, already almost a silver quality belt. Sheerly from the quality of matches and defenses that it has had. So, well done, Eduardo. Clearly, Kyle Cage has proven to be a formidable champion of the Nova belt here.
And listening to Xander pays off. Good job.
Well, now we have a very interesting match. This is the Hiroshima Hotties versus the Corazones de Lucha, which I believe is a blow-off match here for the Guardianes del Pucara Masculino Championship. So, Eduardo, talk us through this and what fans can expect from this match.
I mean, there's very little to talk. People already know this one. It's the instant classic, the Hiroshima Hotties, with their acrobatics and strong style, from the coaching of Arcángel de Fuego versus Corazones de Lucha, which recently were title holders and go for a more strong brawly style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the Hotties had it, the Corazones took it from them, and the Hotties took it back. Xander, do the Hotties retain tonight, or do the Corazones de Lucha get the last laugh?
Hotties are keeping it tonight. It's just, that's what's happening. All right. Walter can agree with me here. There's no alternative. Hotties are keeping it, right, Walter?
Yep, I believe the Hotties, having just won the belts, it seems relatively recently, will keep the belts here tonight.
Yes, they did just win it back at the last gold pay-per-view. Are they right, Eduardo? Do the Hiroshima Hotties retain with the power of Archangel de Fuego and the School of the Phoenix?
No, they're wrong in many things, but in this particular thing, they're right. The Hiroshima Hotties are going to.
They sure do. And it's a 6-star match, ladies and gentlemen. It's a hot match, which is a great way to blow off a feud like this. Worked with the crowd. Very nice boost to every stat that matters. Even the Corazones de Lucha got a popularity boost from this one. It's a 6-star feud blow off. I've never seen a full feud end up at 6 stars, but they were just banger after banger after banger between these two tag teams. It's a shame that it has to come to a close, but it's got to be nice to get that 6-star match. The Guardianes del Pucar Masculino well on its way to becoming a gold belt. And the Steel Cell match attempting just 2 points away from becoming a gold gimmick match and everything that entails. So some nice goals to look forward to here, Eduardo, but a very strong opening to this card. You said you weren't fully confident in some of those choices, but so far it seems to be going really damn well.
I mean, yeah, but they also have like some very strong competition in these guys. So starting by Chase, Walter, and Xander, of course. So
it's true.
I'm gonna need a bit more. I'm gonna need to keep this streak going.
You gotta keep it going, and you're gonna hope to keep it going with the Guardianes del Pucara Femenino Championships. This is the women's tag belt. Bittersweet have held it for 2 months now, but Lethal Tempo with Skull Dredson and Gina Akatani would love to take it back. Eduardo, what are the narratives that our announcers here should be keeping in mind before they make their predictions?
That there's going to be blood, of course. This is a first blood match, first exclusive as a title defense. And Bittersweet are going to look to try to make Lethal Tempo bleed. But Lethal Tempo has some very established wrestlers in Gina Gatani and Skull Dredson, so it's going to see who can take the glory tonight.
That is the question presented to us. Walter, who would you give the nod to tonight?
I think you keep it with Bittersweet here. Yeah, I don't know. Just already pretty over, pretty good popularity, good champions as it is. Keep the feuds going. Like I just doesn't feel like the right time to take it off of them.
What about you, Xander? Do you agree with that assessment?
You know, I think it's time. I know Bittersweet have only defended twice, but I think it's time. Lethal Tempo, they take it.
Well, Eduardo, which of our two announcers here is correct? Who's taking the win?
Bittersweet.
Okay, that is different than what I wrote down. Am I locking Bittersweet?
No. No. Then we're backtracking. I remembered. Lethal Tempo is gonna take the win tonight.
Okay, I'm just making sure before I click this.
Yeah, I'm not going against my notes again. That has worked out terribly in the past for me.
You did indeed. Lethal Tempo, and it's a 5 3/4 star match. Your notes were indeed the right way to go.
So was Xander.
So Xander, it did work out. Bittersweet takes a little morale hit, but nothing they can't afford. And I think one of the biggest reasons Lethal Tempo both a little unhappy here. 13% morale boost for that, as well as a 3% overness, which gets Skull Dredson over with the fans, turning her, I believe, into a 4-3. You had a lot of different things you were trying to accomplish with this match, and you got all of them, including a holy shit moment as Skull Dredson hit Lulu Cherry with a lariat that kicked her head off.
I'm going to have to rate this match Xander out of 10.
It's a Xander out of 10
That's
match
great.
indeed. The League of Extraordinary Ladies, it's a minor hit, but nothing that cannot be managed. What I find very funny is that the Guardianes del Pucara Femenino Championship doesn't even register down here, which means the turnover, but the quality of the match ended up with a net 0 effect, which I think you're fine with, given some of the negatives you've had with the turnover in that belt in the past. But I've never seen a belt just not show up down here before. So that's kind of fascinating. But overall, well done, Eduardo. 5 3/4 stars and a nice overness boost for Skull Dredson. Has to be feeling pretty darn good. But now we go into a battle royale. A lot of great names on this list. Eduardo, who should fans like Devin, who may not be familiar with all these names, or any of these names, in fact, be watching as a potential winner tonight?
Pretty much, you have a lot of big stars here. Caden Lee, who recently changed factions, not by his voluntary choice. Razor Jackson, Tyflo, Brady Black is, of course, Dona Luna Libre. But I think, like, if you're looking for someone in particular, it would be like, maybe Jason Cortez, or maybe Max Campbell. Those I will say are the main contenders here tonight. Everything could happen in a battle royale. So
yeah, I mean, a battle royale.
That's why we like this kind of event.
So many different options, right? You can use this to elevate the popularity of a person like XT Gun, who is well over with the crowd, beloved, but needs a popularity boost. Or you can try to solidify one of these upper, like these low tier main eventers and try to get them close to that face of the company status. A lot of different ways I could see this match going. Xander, as someone who has done all of Eduardo's matches with me, which name stands out to you as the one you would like to see take the win tonight?
Yeah, no, looking at this, I see a lot of talent, a lot of people I personally like. Shouting out Brady and Ty, of course, Caden Lee. Listen, I did it last time. I'm doing it again. I see XT Gun in a multi-person match, 0-7. I want XT Gun to get the dub, especially because a loss here, if it's bad enough, they're no longer over. So I'm rooting for XT Gun.
What about you, Walter? Who stands out to you?
Razor Jackson. What a great name.
It's a great name. And he's had a couple good feuds recently. He's on a bit of a losing streak, but he had a nice push for a bit there. Now, I have to ask here, Eduardo. I know what name I have in my notes, but who are you giving the win to tonight?
I'm going to let you announce it because I honestly don't remember.
You wrote down Liam Draco as your winner tonight.
Oh, yeah. He's the one. He's the winner tonight.
Yes, which is a nice boost, a 59-point popularity boost for the 4-4 face. That's going to get the feud between Omerta and Poker of Pain becomes hot, which is a really nice thing to have going through. You see a lot of gimmicks going from good to marked out. Fans are into everything that all of these wrestlers are delivering at the moment. The Battle Royale went off well with 30, with a nice experience boost here. It is only 4.5 stars. That can sometimes be the concern with Battle Royale. So many people in the ring. Sometimes some of the lower scoring performers like an Ashlyn Elliott or a Keegan Cohen can hold down the overall score. But as of right now, that is a safe dropped match. And not something that you have to worry too much about. So hopefully getting Liam Draco into the upper tier of the main event, I will be very curious to see what plans you have for him. But we move on here, Eduardo, with a blow-off match between Shuichiro Ishihara and Lionel Looney. Can you catch the folks up at home as to how this feud came to be and why it is coming to a close tonight in this ambulance match?
I mean, it's coming down from Chihiro Ichihara, who's like a former title holder, and Lionel Looney, who's a former #1 contender. So they both encounter each other multiple times on their way to the goal, and they decided to wrap it out tonight. But it's going to be like not just any wrap out, but they're going to throw everything they have at each other. That's why we brought ambulances, just in case things get a bit out of hand.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ishihara is very understandably upset that Lionel Looney cost him the title in their triple threat match against Amatraladora Anderson. Xander, do you believe that Ishihara is going to get revenge tonight, or does Lionel Looney get to end with a big win on this big stage and make your choice?
I do think this is Shuichiro Ishihara winning the feud in the match. As much as it would be cool to see Lionel win and basically get insta promoted to near face of the company status, likely doing a match this big on a blow off at a pay-per-view. Again, I think that Shuichiro is just the better wrestler right now. He definitely would benefit from a win, and he's got bigger things to look forward to.
Do you concur with that, Walter?
Yes, absolutely. Ishihara gets the win here.
Okay, that's 2 votes for Ishihara, but it ultimately comes down to you, Eduardo. Does Ishihara win this ambulance match and the feud?
It's gonna be 3 votes for Ishihara.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a 5 1/4 star match. It's a nice blow off here. Obviously, Lionel a bit bummed to lose, but that overness, luckily, a penalty that he could take. It does end up with a 5-star blow off. No holy shit moments, and ambulance matches were already gold, but 5 1/4 star match is a very solid performance here tonight. And now Ishihara is free to go to bigger and better things. And Lionel Looney, he's going to have to try to find his footing again amongst the high tier upper mid cards, low tier main eventers. So we will see what is in store for both of these wrestlers moving forward. But we follow this up with another important blow-off match between Suki Akiyama and Violetta. Eduardo, please let the folks at home know, what have these two been fighting for, and what should they be looking out for in this first blood match?
I mean, at this point, they're pretty much fighting for everything, like the title of face of the company, their pride, and obviously the chance to demonstrate that they are like the best female wrestler in this division. These two have both been title holders. They've both been wrestlers for a while, and they're gonna try to define it all in tonight's blow-off.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Suki Akiyama 4 points away from becoming the journey to becoming a face of beginning the journey, I should say, to becoming a face of the company. Violetta 23 points away. A good win here gets either of them to that threshold. A great match maybe gets them both there. Walter, which of these two wrestlers would you give the nod to tonight?
I think you have to give it to. I think you give it to Violetta, and you hope that it's such a good match it pushes both of them into 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, yeah, I'm gonna say that. Give it to Violetta, and this is an Eduardo special. Both of them are gonna get the points to get them up into main event status, face of the company status.
It's a very interesting theory. I do not know. Okay, it looks like, Xander, you are indeed back. It's Suki versus Violetta. I imagine I know what your prediction is, but tell the folks at home who you want to win tonight.
Violetta.
Okay.
It's Violetta winning.
It's 2 votes for Violetta. But I have a feeling, Eduardo.
I mean, like, I really like Walter's deduction here on just giving it to Violetta and just hoping that everything's going to roll out perfectly. But tonight I'm gonna have to go out for my girl here, for Suki Akiyama.
Yes. Much like if anyone has watched the Tom Grossi videos over the NFL season, when the script writer says that he's a Chiefs fan, I was in the room when Eduardo told me, I don't know what to tell you, I'm a Suki Akiyama fan. And Suki Akiyama is indeed getting the win. It's a 5 1/4 star. Violetta can take both the overness and the morale hit, so that blow off, not a huge deal for her.
Boo.
It's a 5 1/4 star match. Suki Akiyama well on her way to becoming a face of the company. And Violetta blading in the match does lead to a holy shit moment. The two of them did a battle of the forearms before they both kicked each other's heads off. The fans went crazy. The first blood match got another great bit of experience there. And, you know, this would not have pushed both wrestlers over, right? Had the roles been reversed, Violetta wouldn't have gotten there with just 13 points, and Suki would have been 12 down. So if the goal was to get a face of the company and get that journey going, I think you made the right call, Eduardo. But our hosts here can be upset about that another time, because we've got more matches to get to, including this Campeonato Antu Championship. It's a 6-way ladder match between Jordan Amir, Adriano Cicelli, Jack Azriel, Ryuji Sakota, Gambler, and Gabriel Rivera. So, I mean, obviously, Jordan Amir, the champion, has been feuding with Adriano Cicelli, who was the former champion. How did the rest of these guys end up in this ladder match here, Eduardo?
I mean, most of them, they just went here by qualifiers or either by just kind of ladder interway. Like, they just demanded Jordan Amir for a chance. And he was like, you know what? I can't deal with this. I'm just going to deal with all of you at once at this ladder match. he was that confident he will take everyone on, and we're going to see if the Phantom Executionist tonight is going to be able to do so.
That is the question at hand. Do you believe in the Phantom Executionist here, Walter, or do you believe that he is going to be unseated by any of these 5 very talented competitors?
So I actually think he's going to be unseated. I'm not quite sure by who, but that usage of oh well, I'm just going to take on all of you at once. It could be his undoing. Let's say Gabriel Rivera. Give it to a baby face. Look at him. He's 1-8. Give him a win. Give him a belt. Look at that guy. He looks great.
He does look great. We do love a good cape here at the Campeonato de Luchasaur and Journey of Wrestling.
No capes.
No capes?
No capes.
Okay.
No capes.
Well, Xander,
are you going to go for someone else then, Walter?
Yeah.
No. I'm still choosing him, but I was just referencing Edna from
then like a gimmick change, so he has no capes.
Yes. he needs a wardrobe change at least. Actually, he probably could use a gimmick change because El Legato's only at 65%. Whatever. Xander, who are you giving the night to?
Jordan Amir.
So we have 1 vote for retaining, 1 vote for Gabriel Rivera. Eduardo, would you like to reveal who you're giving the win to tonight?
I'm going to let you reveal, mostly because I don't have it in my notes at the moment.
You indeed gave it to Gabriel Rivera. What a fucking call here, Walter. Because when I was going through, it's like, it's either going to be him or Adriano Cicelli, right? Because Cicelli had the title. He did a great job with the title. Giving him the title would make a ton of sense. But you somehow went into Eduardo's brain and picked out Gabriel Rivera, the leader of La Sagrada Familia, who needed to prove himself in this match. And look at that. It's a 5 3/4 star result. It is going to get him on the way to being a face of the company because he got 79 popularity from it. Now, does it mean that Jordan Amir is no longer on the way to being face of the company? Yes, that 21-point loss is indeed a shame, but Gabriel Rivera, it's a huge win for him. It's a holy shit moment as he threw Cicelli face first into the ladder set up in the corner.
It's also going to be huge for La Sagrada Familia.
It's a huge win for La Sagrada Familia. The Campeonato Antu Championship does lose a little bit of points just because the reign here, I guess Jordan Amir had only held it for 2 months, and it does seem like the game is a little punishing if you don't give at least 3 months, or if you do, I think 1 time turning over with 2 months, that's okay, but if you have multiple short reigns, it's weirdly restrictive there. Doesn't matter. It's still a silver belt. La Sagrada Familia and Gabriel Rivera are going to be very happy with the win, and I'm sure you're very happy with the 5 3/4 star match.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. It should have been a 6-star, though. I got a problem.
I'm all right with it.
Look, I recognize, given Eduardo has had a couple 5.5-star pay-per-views that have not secured him any points, and he knows that the king of hype in Xander and how well he manipulates those feuds is coming. I understand wanting those 6 stars to give you a little bit more security, but we do have to move forward. It is the Campeonato Cuyan Championship, a 5-way ladder match between Amber Manning, the former volleyball player and current champion who just won the belt, from Layla Abelos, who is just too pretty, and was on her way to being a face of the company before that loss, and 3 other great competitors in Juno Ripshaw, Ivy Chavez, and CC Cruz. Eduardo, what should fans be looking for in this match?
Mostly the resolution of a feud that's been a long time coming between Amber Manning and Layla Avanos, but also Juno Ripshaw finally climbed her way to the title shot, and Ivy Chavez has also managed to get her popularity online to get this way up into title shots.
Yes.
But yeah, it's going to be a very action-packed match. It's going to be a ladder match, so that's always going to bring in hype. And we're going to see how this proceeds today.
Yeah, that is the question. And Xander, we'll start with you this time. who would you give the nod to among these 5?
I got to keep it on Amber here. I'm going to be honest with you. We saw what happened to that reign on that last belt. Amber's about to become a face of the company. She's gotten the one defense since earning it. I'd keep it on Amber. I love Layla and Juno. I would love to see Juno like come away with a belt here at the end of the day, but I think you got to keep it on Amber.
Do you agree with that, Walter?
Actually, yes. I'm gonna say you keep it on Amber. I know that Layla Abelos is sitting at 1,000 popularity right there, but you can build her back up pretty quickly, especially if you maybe vault her into a different title scene. Keep it on Amber Manning, get her into face of the company status.
Well, you make some very interesting points. However, my notes tell a little bit of a different story. Eduardo, who's winning this match?
It's gonna be Layla.
It is indeed Layla Avalos. It's a 4.5-star match. Amber, of course, very sad to lose her belt so quickly. A surprising amount of morale and overness hits to some of the other competitors in this match. It's only 4.5 stars, unfortunately. But it does start Layla Avalos' journey to becoming a face of the company. And the Campeonato Kuyan Championship actually gets a bonus. This is where I don't understand. It was 1 month, but the reign penalty was only -6. Maybe because it went back to a previous champion. I'm not sure I understand how the reign penalty works in this at all, because this was more thoroughly defended and got a much harsher penalty. But I'm sure you're not mad at it, Eduardo.
Only the 4.5 stars, but yeah. The rest, we can work our way back.
Yeah, I'm going to blame CC Cruz. The 2-star work rate there, I'm sure, did not help in the calculation of its overall score tonight. But it is a safe discard for now, and it does get Layla Abelos back on that journey. She is too pretty to be away from the belt for too long, so congrats to her if nothing else. But we move on. And this is the match I personally have been looking forward to all night, because it is El Cuervo versus Conrad Supernova for the Toki Championship, a feud that has had nothing but bangers throughout its existence as a belt. Eduardo, talk us through these two very talented competitors and what's on the
I mean, do these two have like a story to tell? Like, these two were on the fight for the Toki Championship. We can remember that Conrad Supernova, Mr. Supernova himself, was the first title holder of the Toki Championship, and then El Cuervo got injured, so he was out of commission for a couple months, but then he came back and got the title. Conrad Supernova went through a tough streak and had to like climb his way back from the very bottom in order to get this opportunity back and try to reclaim his former title, but El Cuervo has had a solid grasp of this title, and he doesn't want to like drop it at all, so yeah. We're gonna see.
It's been a 5-win streak for El Cuervo. He has been undefeated since his near Wolverine-esque recovery. Walter, does he keep the streak going tonight in this TLC match?
No. Because he is going to be caught in a landslide in a Conrad Supernova in the sky.
I mean, that is very much in play here. Xander, do you think the belt's going over as well?
I do. I think Conrad Supernova's taking it in this TLC match, and I think it's going to be wild.
I'm glad you picked up the reference, because I unfortunately missed it, and someone needed to. Eduardo, who is getting the win tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with this, guys. Going to be Mr. Supernova once again.
The Supernova is back on top. It's a 5.25-star match. El Cuervo getting a popularity boost from it, which is always a nice sign. He'll take a morale hit, but he'll be just fine, I'm sure. It's a hot match, which you love to see. It is not a blow-off yet. These two still have more room to wrestle against each other moving forward. But it gets Conrad on his own journey to becoming a face of the company. So we've lost one person along the way tonight, but we've gained 3 who are beginning that tour. And the Toki Championship, it's a +14 to the belt prestige because it was a great match. And Eclipse, with the champion, with Conrad Supernova getting the win, I believe that takes them to a Reputation 6 faction, which might be, alongside La Sagrada Familia, I believe these are the two highest rated factions within the Campeonato de Luchasaurus. So a great night for both of them so far.
Big.
Yes. Now this is fun. Oh, you got, I believe, what you were hoping for here, Eduardo. So talk us through this open challenge that Haley threw out.
We just YOLO'd it and hoped it worked, and it works. So now we have a fantastic match between Haley and Pink Arrow. Basically, Haley was like, "Hey, I'm gonna take out anyone tonight," and Pink Arrow was like, "Hey, I'm gonna be up against you tonight."
Yes. Pink Arrow has been looking for an opportunity. The 4-4 face with a nice record, a little bit of a loss recently, but certainly someone who would love to challenge Haley, the lunatic, who won the Grand Invitational and earned her own belt as a result. Walter, do you believe that Haley will successfully answer the open challenge tonight, or are we going to get a surprise takeover from Pink Arrow?
No, Haley's going to win. Open challenges are nice and all, but they're better like when it's a shock return, and those kinds of things usually tend to happen more on like weekly shows versus pay-per-views. So keep it on Haley.
Do you agree with that, Xander?
I'm gonna agree. Pink Arrow's cool and all, and this will be a really good match for her to start building that reputation up so that she can challenge for other belts. But I think tonight Haley's taking this dub home.
That's 2 votes for Haley. Eduardo, can you confirm?
3 votes for Haley.
Yeah, there.
3 votes for Haley. Yep.
It's a 5.5-star match, which, I mean, 10 creativity points for a 5.5-star match has to feel pretty good. It's a little bit of a hint for Pink Arrow, but nothing that she can't take. And who knows, maybe the start of a feud between these two competitors. I, for one, would love to see Pink Arrow go up against Haley in more matches moving forward, but we will see what Eduardo has planned. What we know for now is that Haley speared Pink Arrow through the barricade for another holy shit moment, his 6th of the night, and the greatest championship in its first ever defense. Gets 22 experience, and the open challenge gets 45. So both of these well on their way to leveling up down the line. So well done by Haley, the Grand Invitational Champion. But we move on to the Campeonato Andino Championship. We talked before about Ishihara losing the title to Ametralladora Anderson. And Ametralladora has already tried to make his mark with this belt, as he will try to confirm tonight with a 4-way ambulance match. Eduardo, how did this all come together?
Yeah, basically, we have a lot of like close to main event, like established main eventers that have been like looking at this opportunity. So we decided it was going to be like a 4-main title between Ed Thompson, Chakal Pro, and Clayton Brown versus Ametralladora Anderson. So it's going to be very anxious, as this is going to be his first defense against not the previous title holder. So it's going to be a tough match to prepare. You have to be on the lookout to multiple opponents this time.
Yes, all eyes will be on a swivel with competitors as good as Ed Thompson, Chakal Pro, and Clayton Brown. These are all 4-4 wrestlers, the top of their craft. Xander, who do you give the win to tonight in this ambulance match?
Yeah, you got an ambulance match. You got Oh my God, I had it and now I messed it up. Ametralladora Anderson. All right, you got Ed Thompson, Chuck All Pro. I got to root for Chuck All Pro here to take it. Okay, Chuck All Pro has been on an insane losing streak. He is someone that I have told Eduardo multiple times that I want to see win, and every single time Eduardo says no, I'm hoping, I'm praying. All right, I am getting down on my knees and literally begging for Eduardo to give this guy a win. Okay, Eduardo, I know you got stuff going on in your promotion. I know that maybe Chakal Pro. Listen, maybe there's stuff you don't want to happen with him winning. I'm telling you, for one night tonight, overlook all of it. Like, let Mr. Anderson drop out of being face of the company and instead make Chakal Pro a face of the company. That's all I'm asking. All right, it's not a lot.
I think you are asking for a lot, but okay. Well, we'll see how the
it seems like not a little.
How do you feel?
Yeah, Walter, what about you?
A Metrodora Anderson.
That does seem to make a lot of sense to me. Who are you giving the nod to tonight, Eduardo? It is your call at the end of the day.
I think we wrapped up on Ametrayadora Anderson, right?
We are keeping it on Ametrayadora Anderson. And you were right to do so. Everyone gets a boost from it. And it's a 6.5 star match.
Jesus Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is
good evening.
Yeah, what a hot match, a morale hit, bonuses for overness for everybody involved. Not that any of them really needed it.
Boo.
Man, oh man. What a great.
I just want to see Chakal Pro win. It'll never happen, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, look, it takes a minor hit because it wasn't the main event. Gold belts are finicky like that, but it is an overall boost to that belt. A very nice match and performance tonight. I mean, Eduardo, you got to be feeling pretty good about a 6-star match, though. Perhaps,
feeling pretty good.
You know, you got to hope that your next event, which is the main event, can match that, because the main event is what gets doubled for people like Devin who've not been here before. And a 6.5 star would be really nice to have double for you. But it's the Campeonato Ryan Championship, your other gold belt. Alyssa Rose and Kelly Torres. We saw them on the poster. Eduardo, talk us through this Iron Man match and why there's so much hype for the fans for these two coming into this match together.
I mean, like, I don't want to hype this much too much, but this is a match of the year contender. We're going to have two of the best wrestlers that have ever been on this era, Alyssa Rose and Kelly Torres, blowing off this insane feud they've been having for the Campeonato Ryan Championship, and they're going to go out with a banger in this Iron Man match, 60 minutes of pure carnage, in which they're going to try to outscore each other in order to win the championship. It's going to be hype, man. That's all I'm going to say.
It's going to be very hype indeed. I mean, look, everyone remembers when Kelly Torres finally overtook the title, had the belt in her hands, and Alyssa Rose immediately cashed in and took it from her. It was such an iconic moment, and Kelly, of course, has been trying to battle her way back to the title ever since. Walter, is this the night that Kelly Torres finally overtakes Alyssa Rose, or does Alyssa Rose remind everyone why she is the champion of the Campeonato Ryan belt?
If you are going to do it, it would be tonight, right? It would be about Alyssa Rose winning the first couple of falls and Kelly Torres grinding her way back, getting it right towards the end, possibly a tie as the time runs out. Eduardo running down to the ring going, no, 5 more minutes. We're going to sudden death. And you know what? I think you take the risk here. I think you put it back on Kelly Torres. You hope that your good luck continues to roll, that Alyssa Rose doesn't lose 28 points here. It's pretty unlikely. And you put the belt on Kelly Torres. You reward her for grinding her way back up the card to win the belt after it was stolen from her by Alyssa Rose.
Do you agree with that, Xander?
The last time I said that it was unlikely that someone would lose a mid 20-point margin of popularity, I have not heard enough about it since. So give it to Alyssa Rose.
Okay, well, Eduardo, I know that time is running out on your time here with us, but hopefully you have enough time to tell us who is going to win this Iron Man match.
I'm just going to say tonight is the night where we finally see our former champion back. It's the night of Kelly Torres.
Kelly Torres indeed gets the win. It's a 5.5 star match, a very strong match to double, even if it's not quite the 6.5. Alyssa Rose still well on her way to becoming a face of the company, and Kelly Torres starts that journey tonight. No holy shit moment, but a nice boost for the Campeonato Ryan Championship. And real quick before you go, Eduardo, you are leaving tonight with a 5.75 star
nice.
card.
Well done, man. That's big.
Well done.
That is huge. For the record, no one has there's never been a night with two 5.75 star cards, and 5.75 has won every time it has shown up with ease. So, Eduardo, I saw the message you just sent to the chat. Do you have anything for the folks at home before you tab out here tonight?
No, just keep having a blast. It's been such a fun stream, and these guys have a lot of surprises that they have sneak peek into for tonight. So I think humbly that even though this card was very entertaining, and I hope it was for you guys as well, we're going to have a lot more entertainment coming. So keep tuned.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, man. Always a pleasure. Take care, and we will see if that is enough. 5.75 is quite the feat for anyone to overcome. Even Xander here has only done it twice in the history of this competition. I've only done it the once. So good luck to us. No pressure here, Walter. As we move on now to Heatwave.
Sorry, I love that the no pressure was directed at Walter specifically.
Fuck you. What pressure do you think I'm under? I haven't scored a single fucking point. Actually, the one time I scored a fucking half a point, it got fucking stolen from me by rescoring everything. So fuck you. I need your luck. I don't need it. I don't need it. I don't fucking need it.
Look, I would have said it to Xander if he was next up. For the record, anyone would need luck coming after a 5.75 star card. I myself am terrified by the events that have just happened. However, you have already told me when we made this card together for Heatwave, you don't care about the points. You're not playing to end someone else's game. You're here to tell a damn good story. And so
right, so I don't need you to say good luck.
Well, how about this? I'll wish you bad luck if you would prefer, but I would prefer more than anything to hear what can fans expect tonight as you get ready for Heatwave.
Can I just make a last second parenthesis to say that Heatwave is such a better name than 2XKO?
Yeah, it sure
That's
is.
True. Yep.
100%.
Peace, bud.
God damn it. Well, I'm an asshole, apparently. So
you are. You made me so loud. I disturbed my partner who was doing homework. So how dare you? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, Heatwave. Oh God, what is there to say about Heatwave? Little transition. Little bit of a transitional period here as we go towards our next big gold pay-per-view in I guess it's September in game, but 2 months from now, the Harold G. Vincent Memorial Cup, which there will be a tag team tournament at. But we have some storylines that we didn't necessarily finish at Schools Out. There are a couple of big important things here. We have, as was highlighted in the event package, during the weekly show, we have the Drew King versus Jules Murphy blow-off match, which the two of them will be fighting a straight match, no interference from anyone. Nobody is allowed to interfere. Drew King and Jules Murphy saying, listen, the better man wins, and whoever wins, the loser will join the other person's faction. We have the epic rematch between Empress Kabuki and Angelina Cardinal that last time was disrupted by Maestra Gomez. We have Hollywood Bound maybe having their comeuppance via Neon Wings after they stole the belts from Down Under after interfering in a match between Neon Wings and Down Under that thrust them into the championship picture. And we have Cobra Gaston and Viper Gaston. The Gaston brothers implode tonight on Heatwave.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one, especially after such a successful home invasion, which I'm sure has sent shockwaves through that whole family. So
that's a weird thing to cheer on, Chase. Home invasions? That's new for you.
I always weird mood tonight, apparently. I think Riot's new fighting game name really just set me in a very weird mental place that I've been trying to navigate ever since.
I've never heard someone talk about a home invasion as if it was that positive. That was just
look. As a segment really on a wrestling show, I had a great time. It was great. Look, I thought it was an inspired choice. I genuinely loved it, and I can't wait for this to be clipped out of context and shared to any future employer that I end up working for. Yeah, I really love that home invasion.
I really love that home invasion.
Oh my god. Well, we're gonna appreciate the very nice poster here. You've got Chase, you've got Devlin, you've got the Empress Kabuki, Ethan Wild, lots of talented performers coming out tonight. And again, we don't care about the previews. We're here for the wrestling, and the wrestling begins with Hollywood Bound versus Neon Wings. Walter, you already mentioned earlier that Neon Wings had their title chances spoiled by Hollywood Bound. What else is on the line, and what should fans be looking forward to tonight?
I mean, here's the thing, right? Neon Wings, they won a tag team match over Prodigious the Prophets and Pocket Rocket to get this chance at revenge at Hollywood Bound. And I think the storyline here is really simple. There is a difference in kind of tactics, a difference in styles of wrestling. Hollywood Bound, incredibly charismatic, but maybe not the best workers in the ring. You know, they're flashy, but their fundamentals are somewhat flawed. They don't take a lot of risks when it comes to, you know, high flying maneuvers. Where Neon Wings are way more about the athleticism, about showing off, about being super flashy, super mechanical. But let's be frank, they're fucking terrible on the microphone. And you know, they're young, right? 18 years old. No one expects them to have everything wrapped up. I think it's very telling that if you look at them, you kind of get some, if we're going to go to the Fed, Edge and Christian versus the Hardy Brothers vibes, if you take a look at the two of them. This is kind of the beginning of their journey. As much as Hollywood Bound has been a thorn in Neon Wings' side the last couple of months, this is the first time they've really gone one-on-one. So this is the start of something, not the end.
Absolutely. And it's a start I've been looking forward to as a huge proponent of Neon Wings in the past. Xander, who do you think Walter gave the nod to tonight?
You know, there's the question of who I think he gave it to and who I think should win. Okay. I think it is going to Neon Wings tonight. I don't think it should, though. I think that Hollywood Bound should keep this, and Hollywood Bound to the moon. Face of the company status is a tag. Neon Wings can be a neon sign, all right, and stay right where they're at.
Wow. Okay. Well, that seems harsh to Neon Wings, but the question is, Walter, is Xander right that you went that direction, or is Hollywood Bound indeed going to the moon?
Hollywood Bound is going to the moon. Why would I give the belt to Neon Wings? They have a 1 charisma.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, we're on the same page. My bad. Apologies to Walter. That's my fault. And I'm glad Chase is disappointed with Neon Wings losing. There we go.
I like Neon Wings. I like Neon Wings. That's not the problem here. The problem is that I have a little bit of a different story for Neon Wings, right? And they're going to have some fights here. Maybe they do end up winning the belts here off of Hollywood Bound, but it's not going to be tonight, right? They need to, they're 18 years old. They got their whole lives ahead of them, right? There's no drugs in this federation. We don't have to worry about them dying of a cocaine overdose. Like, no need to worry about that, right? We're good. They've got some time. They need some seasoning. Hollywood Bound, though, they're stars. I mean, they're headed to Hollywood. What more do you want?
Yeah. Naturally charismatic. They're storytellers. They know how to tell a good story in the ring. And they did so to a 4 3/4 star match tonight, despite there being no gimmick attached here. So I think a very strong performance, one you've got to be happy with overall, given the ultimate goals here. And a nice start to the card. But we move on here to a last woman standing match between Brooklyn Cambrille and Raven. So for those who have, you know, maybe only watched the pay-per-view streams, haven't seen the weeklies, they might only know Raven as a manager, because that's been the majority of what she's done in the company so far. So how did she end up in this Mildred S. Robinson Cup championship match?
So she is very much the China to Drew King's Eddie Guerrero, Chris Jericho, Triple H. I'm sorry, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, back when he was an aristocrat. She's the heavy, right? She's the heavy piece alongside Drew King in the Kingdom. But she's wanted to get some of her own action, and she is a very talented wrestler. She's a glorified badass in her own right. We put her in a match against Brooklyn Cambrille last week on the weekly show, and they went to a time limit draw. Brooklyn couldn't win, Raven couldn't win, and there was sort of like Brooklyn was frustrated with herself, and Raven kind of was like a begrudging respect as they left the ring, but things clearly were not settled. So they both came to me separately and said, "Hey, listen, I think maybe if we'd had a little bit more time, I could have been the one to beat the other person. I could have beat Brooklyn. I could have beat Raven and had that championship." And I said, okay, good. It's good to know that both you guys are on the same page. What do we do to solve this? Well, I can't do an Iron Man match because that still has a time limit and maybe no one ever gets a pinfall. So let's do a last woman standing match. The last person capable of standing will win the match. Folks, this match could go on for hours, right? This could be a 4 or 5 hour long match if that's how long it takes. It could be over in 30 seconds if one of them gets a snap submission. So I'm very intrigued to see which one can come out on top.
Absolutely. I mean, it's quite the match here. The time limit draw was very fun to watch play out. The question here, Xander, do you believe that Raven, the glorified badass, can pull off an upset here, take down Brooklyn Cambrille?
I've posted it in the chat. No sleep. No sleep. No sleep till. All right.
No sleep till Brooklyn. Is that
correct?
I get it, and I will admit, I do like Brooklyn Cambrille, the supreme deity. Is that who is taking it home tonight, Walter?
Brooklyn is going to survive Raven.
Huzzah.
Huzzah, indeed. It is a 5-star match, a little bit of a blood boost. It's a hot feud, though, which is the real thing to take away here. Going to increase the chance for hot matches and hot segments, as well as an increase to the overness. Not that either competitor needed it. And oh, by the way, it is a holy shit moment as Brooklyn Cambrille throws Raven off the stage onto the tables below, which is a nice 30 creativity points here. I think a very solid match, getting some good experience for the last man standing matches moving forward as well. So congrats to Brooklyn. She continues her climb to become a face of the company. And we will see. You know, Raven, I think right now she might need a couple more wins against some lower tier female competitors to bridge the popularity gap between these two. But I look forward to seeing what you have in mind for her story here, Walter. That's for sure.
Me too. I'm very curious to see what I'm going to do with Raven.
Well, we have quite the match here. The Theodore Vincent Heritage title, which is going, I believe this is a blow-off here, Walter. And I believe this is the end of the Gaston Brothers tag team. An unsanctioned match between Cobra and Viper. How did we get here? I obviously am well familiar. First, also Devin, thank you so much for stopping by, man. Take care. Thanks for being here. But yeah, I referenced the home invasion earlier, but how did things get to this point, Walter?
So here's the thing, right? The Gaston brothers came into the SWA tag team gold on their mind, right? Kind of like Neon Wings, a younger team, really looking forward to competing in the tag division. And then the game gave me a goal that said Cobra Gaston had to win a battle royale. And at the beginning of this promotion, I had this idea of having sort of this third tier belt that is for younger talent. And I said, well, listen, the best way to show off a whole bunch of talent at once is a battle royale. And if Cobra's got to win it, let's let him be the first title holder. And you know what? I'm going to be honest. Outside of kayfabe, behind the curtain, it was my intent Cobra Gaston was going to lose that belt really quickly. Him and his brother were going to get into the tag team division and go from there. The thing is that I came up with this secondary idea of having Cobra Gaston paired with Livia Scribner and having this sort of romance angle, this slow corruption of a babyface tag team champion, a tag person, and the split of a tag team. I got a ton of tag teams right now, right? Mm-hmm. Throwing the Gaston brothers in there, how do I deal with it? I've got Down Under, I've got Neon Wings, I've got the Profits, I got Baja Lucha. I have too many tag teams. Mm-hmm. And, so I said, listen, I'm not going to take the belts off Cobra. I'm going to keep it on him, and I want to see what this kid can fucking do with it, right? What can he do? And Cobra Gaston, he took that fucking belt, he took his girlfriend, and he shot himself to the fucking moon, right? That man has beaten everyone I can throw at him that's kind of in this lower tier. He's taken out Virginia Warbler. He's dealt with Eddie Davis and Kyle Lucha and Devontae Harrell. He's dealt with everything I have thrown at him. And with the Scribner family squarely behind him, right? He is their champion. And it's funny that, the older brother that Colton Scribner really has been like, no, let him go. Like, I know I'm the older brother here, but let Cobra cook. My sister really likes him. Like, let it fucking go. Mm-hmm. And all this time, if you ask Cobra, Viper has been jealous. Yeah. He has been jealous of his brother to the point where Cobra's only losses have been in either tag or trios matches with Viper. And Viper has taken the bin both times. And, it sort of came to a head here. Cobra, after them losing, I think last cycle, they lost a trios match that would have put them into a trios contender match. Or I'm sorry, 2 cycles ago, snapped, got into a fight with his brother, and that led to them fighting in a multi-person match on the road to Schools Out. At Schools Out, Cobra beat Virginia Warbler in an unsanctioned match, one of his, brothers on the indie scene, not literal brother. And, Virginia Warbler is kind of off to the side. He hasn't been around since he lost. And Viper gets beaten down because Viper went to help Virginia Warbler. He didn't go congratulate Cobra. So then Viper said, well, you know what? I want to fight my brother. I want to fight Cobra. I want to fight him for the belt. And I said, okay, but you got to prove you can win a match. So he beat Thomas Austin. Mm-hmm. And then Cobra last week went back to his parents' house where Viper still is. He attacked Viper. He put him through the family dining room table to punish his transgression. How fucking dare you? How dare you think you can beat Thomas Austin and just earn a right for my belt? You're jealous. You're the Marty Jannetty of this tag team. I'm Shawn Michaels. And you know what? I'm not just gonna fight you in some fucking 1, 2, 3 tag match. I am going to murder you. And our parents are gonna have to watch, and they're gonna have to bury a son for this. We will be done. And they'll have a choice of which one of us they want to take care of.
I mean, fucking brutal in the best way, honestly. Given all of that, Xander, does Viper somehow pull off the upset tonight, or is Cobra about to put his brother into the dirt?
Just, I love the brutality, I love the feud, I love it all, but at the end of the day, Viper's gonna die, okay? Viper is literally going to die. Cobra will never see him again, and I imagine we will see someone else coming back in Viper's place that looks a lot like Viper but isn't Viper.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think it is more likely that Viper gets a name change than he beats Cobra Gaston tonight.
Yep, it literally, yes. That's where I'm going with this, too.
Yeah. Are we right here, Walter?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Cobra Gaston murders his brother on pay-per-view.
That's great.
The Gastons are officially disbanded. It is a 4 1/4 star match. A bit of a hit to Viper, but honestly, he wasn't on the road to much in the immediate. But we do have, more importantly, Cobra Gaston on his way to becoming a face of the company. And the Theodore Vincent Heritage title, officially a silver quality belt. That prestige has increased, and it has increased purely because Cobra Gaston has done such a brilliant job defending it month after month after month. So Well done, Walter, getting that belt to a silver quality. I'm sure you have big plans for it as we continue here.
The entire Scribner family is out to congratulate Cobra Gaston. Livia, big old smooch. I can tell you, it is my intention to send Viper down to developmental. He needs some fucking work. And in all honesty, I do need to apologize to Cobra. I should not have put Viper in this position. He clearly did not earn this. But Cobra also wanted the opportunity to teach his brother a lesson, and I think it's a lesson he won't soon forget.
That is certainly true. It's a nice blow off here, and now we'll have to see who Cobra gets in his sights next, because I'm sure people will want to challenge for the Theodore Vincent Heritage title even more now that it is a Silver Star belt. But we do need to move forward. We've got a fight breaking out backstage. I mean, well, actually, the game said one thing, but I imagine, Walter, you have something else in mind for this fight segment.
Yeah, it's not a local graveyard. Listen, Chase has a main event match against Christopher Devlin. And you know Devlin. No, I don't want to fucking fight Chase. Assassino, Eddie, go fucking deal with that jamoke. Right? Now here's the thing. Tyler Dynamite came out and he rescued Chase after their match last week that Devlin and Chase had. Devlin was going to beat down on Chase and, how dare you challenge me again, you fucking cretin. Mm-hmm. And Tyler Dynamite came out to make the save. And here's the thing, Tyler Dynamite used to be part of Dominatus Tenebris. He was kicked out when he turned babyface against Wesley Lee Morris after during their Only Monsters feud. And, he's kind of got some problems with Dominatus Tenebris. He thinks that maybe he deserves a title shot, that maybe he could be the one to beat Christopher Devlin, since, the lads haven't stood a chance, the Kingdom haven't tried to challenge him, and Turnham and Short are kind of off on their own, doing their own fucking thing. And I love Prodigy, I love Devontae Harrell, but he's not ready to step up on the card. Who's going to be the one to step up to Christopher Devlin? So while Eddie Davis and Assassino are starting to lay the beat down on Chase, Tyler Dynamite comes out of nowhere, chases them off, and Chase and Tyler Dynamite have a little bit of a kind of acknowledgement, a nice little head nod towards each other, as Chase goes, back into the locker room to prepare for his main event match.
Yeah, it's a nice 4 1/4 star segment. I really think we're learning a lot about segments, right? Because this was apparently 100% effectiveness, despite the fact that you have multiple 4 charisma people here, which just tells me that these bronze segments have some work to do. But it is a hot segment. It does boost everyone involved's overness. It's a nice experience boost, so we'll see more fights, I'm sure, within the SWA sooner rather than later. But getting both of these feuds in a nice spot as we continue through the card, I'm sure we'll pay some good dividends there. But we have to move on. The SWA. Actually, I should ask Xander, any thoughts on that fight before we move forward? Excuse me, that was rude of me.
Yeah, it's okay. Just ignore me. That's fine. I don't matter. No, it's no. Listen. I love the fight here. Assassino, of course, showing up with Eddie Davis. It's a great fight. I love the segment. I'm going to steal it once again. Walter utilizing segments that I can't help but take note of. And prepare to steal and use for my own success with Glory of Legends. So thank you, Walter, for once again messing with game mechanics that I probably wouldn't have looked at otherwise. Appreciate you.
Personally, I can't wait for the hurricane to hit Connecticut. That way I have to do an entire card of just segments.
Oh, man.
Walter with his first ever 6-star card. Yeah.
I honestly would like to see how that all comes together, but we don't have to move forward for now. It is the SWA Intercontinental Championship between Heizo Ogawa and Connor Creedon. Walter, how did this submission match come together?
Listen, Kaiichi Sakurai has been a worthy challenger to Heizo Ogawa, but he's gone for a little bit. He had to go back to Japan. He's got some visa issues that he's working on. So Ogawa was like, hey, dude, I'm off this week, right? I haven't done anything in the weekly shows. You don't have anything for me for the pay-per-view. Can I go to Japan? Can I go hang out, like go see my family or whatever? And as he walked into my office, somebody was outside the door and heard that one of our champions was trying to get off the pay-per-view. Connor Cretan, knocks on the door and says, "Hey boss, I'm looking for something to do at the pay-per-view. Obviously, like Devlin's fighting Chase, Murphy's fighting Drew King. Chort and Eternum are fighting each other. I don't really have anything to do either. I'll fight him." And Ogawa starts talking to Sakura, and then all of a sudden he turns to Cretan and he says something in Japanese that I don't speak Japanese. I don't understand. And then he looks at me and he goes, "Right?" And I'm like, I don't know what you just said. And Kaito Sakura goes, "Well, as the champion, he gets to pick the stipulation, and he wants a submission match. Like this is like a shoot belt now, right?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, cool, yeah, whatever you want." And then Ogawa has not said a word to me in English since then. He has only spoken in Japanese to me, and Sakura has had to translate everything. So I don't understand. He speaks fluent English, but yeah, all of a sudden he just wants to speak Japanese to me. So I don't get it. I don't understand Japanese. I think I need to start doing Duolingo or something.
I suppose so, but it's ended up in a good match for the fans, because Heizo Ogawa versus Connor Cretan. I mean, Connor Cretan's a very talented face. Xander, do you think that's enough to pull off an upset victory here, or does the Stoic Shoot Fighter continue his undefeated streak in the SWA?
I sure don't. I think the Shoot Fighter continues the streak. Heizo Ogawa is too good right now, cannot be stopped, is going to, shoot right through Connor Cretan. And straight in an upward trajectory by your Ogawa stonks is all I'm saying.
I mean, I have to admit, looking at the popularity gap between these two, it feels like Connor Cretan has a little bit of work to do before he can seriously contend for this title. Are we right here, Walter? Is this an Ogawa victory tonight?
You know me, I love my heels. Sure. I love my heels. It's easier to make a monster heel champion than it is to make a babyface work.
It's true. But you made the match work. It's a 5.5-star match, your top performance of the night. Connor Cretan back into the main event as a result of this match. I have to imagine it was a hot match given the morale and overness boost that both competitors got. It was indeed. So increase the hype of the pay-per-view overall. No holy shit moment, but a huge boost to the Intercontinental belt. That is well on its way to becoming a gold prestige belt, which would certainly be nice to have a third one of those in the arsenal. I mean, Heizo Ogawa, currently 7-0. It's going to take a lot to unseat a heel of his caliber, especially as he is just 2 months away from becoming a face of the Stamford Wrestling Alliance. Any final thoughts here, Walter?
Ogawa just came through the curtain. He was just screaming at me again in Japanese. He speaks fluent English, but just yelling at me in Japanese. Sakura saying he thinks he broke his nose. So that is something we are going to have to keep an eye on. I listen, I don't want to lose another Intercontinental champion. Like, that would really suck. So hopefully he's doing okay. Connor Cretan came back, had kind of held low, but I think he put on a hell of a match.
He sure did. Reminded everybody that he is indeed a 4-4 and someone that people should be paying attention to. I cannot wait to see what both of these wrestlers have in store for us in the future. But we move on to a Battle Royale match. I believe this is a 12-woman match here, Walter. Tell us, how did this come together, and who should the fans be looking for tonight as these women try to set themselves apart?
So the winner of this match will be now the challenger to Brooklyn Cambrill's Mildred S. Robinson Cup, now that she has beaten Raven. Listen, I'm going to be very honest. I think there's maybe 2 women on this roster that could challenge Empress Kabuki. Angelina Cardinal, the woman that Empress Kabuki is wrestling tonight, and maybe one other person. But the rest of the women are clearly a step below where they would need to be to challenge for the women's title. So I said, listen, ladies, I want all of you on the card tonight. I want all of you to have a chance to show off what you are capable of. Give our women a bit more of a showcase. here you go. Here's a battle royale match. Whoever wins will get to face the winner of Brooklyn Cambrille and Raven at the next pay-per-view. Some women to be on the lookout for. Obviously, Jessie Mallory returning after her match against Brooklyn Cambrille at the last pay-per-view. She is 0-2 against Brooklyn Cambrille, losing the belt and then losing in a rematch. Someone else to be on the lookout for, Maestra Gomez, right? She's the one that interrupted Angelina Cardinal's last attempt at Empress Kabuki. She has promised me she will not get involved, that she is worried about her own aspirations. And then Psycho Sahana, the free agent that we signed not too long ago, someone else I think to be on the lookout for here.
That's very fair. I mean, obviously you didn't name her, so it's probably a bad sign. I like Aiko Haruka quite a bit. She's a 4-3 face that with a little bit of love could be a serious contender for some of those high-quality heels that your company has done such a good job building. And of course, Livia Scribner, we saw her earlier tonight. She and Talia Adler have each had some success as managers and could both be formidable threats given enough time. But the question is, Xander, given the people that we just saw Walter highlight, who do you think is grabbing the W?
It's got to be Jessie Mallory, right? Like, it's got to be Jessie Mallory. I mean, I could see May as well, but I'm just, not that I want to game it too much, but giving it to one of these other wrestlers down here, as cool as they are, when you've got these, top three up here, I don't think it's the move. And even May, that's not who I'm rooting for here. I'm rooting for the 4-4. I'm rooting for Jessie Mallory. I want to see her get the dub. She just had a loss, very key loss. She's got potential. Okay, give it to Jessie.
Well, Walter, you hear what Xander's got to say, but I think from my notes you have a different plan in mind.
So the other woman that I think is at the same level of Empress Kabuki and Angelina Cardinal is in fact Jessie Mallory, which is why she's not winning tonight. I don't want her dealing with the Mildred S. Robinson Cup Championship right now. She's going to have a chance. There will be a chance for her to qualify for a match against the Empress. Tonight belongs to Maestra Gomez.
Okay, that's valid. That's valid. She's got a lot of upside here. She's almost over.
And she is going to get over as a result of this match. That's
well
for sure.
done.
8% boost there. A lot of feuds. I think a couple of feuds may have gone hot. It's a 4.25 star match. But yeah, Jessie Mallory versus Mei Fukushima has gone hot. Talia Adler versus Psycho Sahana became hot. We saw a couple overness boosts, especially Maestra Gomez getting over with the fans is a huge threshold to hit. So very nice to see there. This did end the feud between Nora Nunes and Trixie Albright, which I imagine fans of either wrestler, if they exist, would be a little bit bummed that it blew off in a match in which neither won. But let's be real, it was a 4.25 star feud, and I don't think anyone was too invested in that one compared to what we saw. And some nice boosts here for Battle Royale matches and friendly contests in general. So, Walter, how are you feeling given the result?
Listen, I realized after Eduardo did an almost 6-star card, I was not going to stand a chance tonight, so I no longer care about the actual results. I care about the storytelling that is going forward.
As well you should.
Maestra Gomez did it from number 3, by the way. She's third entrant, and she beat Trixie Albright. Trixie Albright with the
last blood. Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe there's a little bit of a story there. Maybe we could do something with that. Star in the making.
Yeah. I'll be very curious to see if you pick anything up with her. But we do have to move on for now to a blow-off match, I believe, between Assassino and Axel Dust, and it is a classic of the SWA, a dog collar match. Now, Walter, for people who maybe missed the last pay-per-view in which this debuted, what is a dog collar match, and why has it been brought forth between Assassino and Axel Dust?
So a dog collar match is very simple. You take 2 dog collars, you put them around the neck of the competitors, and then you put a chain in between the 2 dog collars. You attach the 2 competitors to each other at the neck instead of at the wrist like you would with like a strap match or a bull rope match, right? So Not a lot of room to work with. Usually you have maybe 10 to 15 feet of chain, kind of traditionally. But the thing here is this. Axel Dust was the first the first challenger to Christopher Devlin's belt after Christopher Devlin won it at the first pay-per-view. He's fought Connor Cretin for it a couple of times, but Axel Dust was the first member of the roster to come out and go, yo, Chris, I think I can challenge you for this belt. And there's been a lot of interaction between him and the rest of Dominatus Tenebris, especially Assassino, because Axel Dust is Assassino's first failure, right? He was supposed to keep the trash, right? The rabble away from Christopher Devlin, and he failed, right? Axel Dust has had a couple of chances at Christopher Devlin, obviously failed because he's not the champion. But Axel Dust has continued to be a thorn in the side of Dominatus Tenebris. He did lose to Assassino in a qualifying match for the Schools Out main event. He lost that match. Then he beat Eddie Davis, and he's sort of always been around. He has, hopped in to try and help his fellow baby faces when it comes to, defending them from Dominatus Tenebris. And he lost a match prior, a couple weeks ago in a first blood match to Assassino, but he still kind of helped backstage with Chase and Tyler Dynamite as they sort of fended off Dominatus Tenebris. So Christopher Devlin has tasked Assassino to once and for all finish off Dust by making him join Dominatus Tenebris, because what a way to punish a usurper than to make them become your right hand, to make them become a banner carrier for you, right? And that is what Assassino has been charged with. And the thing is that Assassino and Axel Dust don't want the other to get away from them. They want to finish this here and now. Axel Dust said in an interview a couple of days ago, if I can't beat him, I don't deserve to be on my own. I deserve to have to be one of Christopher Devlin's lackeys. If I'm not good enough to beat a bodyguard, I'm not good enough to be a wrestler. And Assassino chimed back a day later. He said, bro, you're going to carry my fucking bag and drive my car for me.
Well, the stakes are very clear here, Xander. With so much on the line, do you think Axel Dust has what it takes to win here, or is he going to be added to Christopher Devlin's entourage by Assassino?
I think he's going to get added to the entourage. I think Axel Dust needs something to happen here, like to benefit him, and it's not a win. I actually think a loss here is better for him, even if he doesn't see it that way. And Assassino needs to do his damn job. So that's going to be him taking out Axel, pulling him into the fold. And now you've got a really scary, added guy to the Christopher Devlin, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, gang.
Faction?
Yeah, faction, sure, but I'm thinking of it more like a roving gang with like a, it just seems a lot more like an old school Western gang with one guy who's just so clearly far and above the rest of the talent that's there, and then everybody else is his bodyguard, his hitmen, the people that are going in and doing the thing. That's kind of how I perceive this faction, if you will. So yeah.
I mean, I understand how you got there. Now, I have a very important question to ask you, Xander, before Walter makes his reveal. Does your prediction change if you know that Walter has a mission to make Axel Dust a main eventer by the end of next month?
Well, well, of course it does, Chase. What kind of question? What is this nonsense? Does it change? Of course it changes.
Get fucked. Axel Dust wins.
Yeah, congrats, Axel. Okay, great. Good for him.
Oh, man. I was very happy to be able to pull that out. Look, it's a 5-star match. Very nicely done. Axel Dust well over with the crowd. That's a 16% overness change alongside 75 popularity. And Assassino even had a good time as far as his popularity with the crowd goes, thanks to the hot match overall. Axel Dust now officially a 4-3, which gives him a lot of room to play around with. It's a 4-star feud blow-off overall, which I guess implies that some of the earlier matches didn't go quite the way that you had hoped. But dog collar matches are cheaper moving forward. And Axel Dust remains independent. He has successfully fought off Assassino. And I guess the question becomes, Walter, how's Christopher Devlin going to take his assassin coming up short here?
I mean, I can hear just like screaming coming from a locker room. I'm gonna guess that it's not Christopher Devlin. But just backstage here, the first person to meet Axel Dust is Tyler Dynamite. Gives him a nice hearty handshake and a clasp on the shoulder on the back. Telling him, well done. I if they tried anything funny, I was willing to come out there and help you out. Axel Dust kind of gave him a nod, and he's going to walk off to catering to get himself a nice cool drink.
Absolutely. We'll have to see with all these faces Axel is associating with. I wonder if he's got a face turn coming from this currently neutral stance he's got planned. But we'll have to see what you have in store for the weeklies for that. In the meantime, we've got a main event package. We are hyping up the match between Christopher Devlin and Chase. Anything in particular being highlighted in this package, Walter, or are we safe to just move forward?
I think the thing here is Christopher Devlin speaking not just about Chase, but about the entire roster and talking about no one here is worthy of challenging me. Why do I have to keep fighting these Cretans?
Mm-hmm.
Why do I have to keep fighting these guys that are not at my level? Like, I know I didn't do great at the tournament, but nobody from the SWA did, right? Tyler Dynamite, what? Who cares? You had a good match. You fucking lost. I lost too, but I'm the champion here. I don't understand why corporate has it out for me. I don't understand why they can't find someone worthy of facing me. So I have to teach Chase a lesson. And when I tried to teach him a lesson last week, Tyler Dynamite decided to stick his nose in my business. Tyler, I kicked you out of Dominatus Tenebris because you weren't worthy of it anymore. You weren't worth it. You're not good enough. You shouldn't be here. Leave. Go home. Enjoy your family. Stay out of my business because, you're not going to like who I send at you. And then, obviously, this was pre-recorded. Assassino steps out from the darkness. Which, who knows? I mean, Assassino, yeah, he failed to beat Axel Dust. Is he really that big of a threat to someone like Tyler Dynamite, who is, hunting for Christopher Devlin?
That is the question. But we will have to see as we move forward what's left. We do have now another headhunting blow-off between Drew King and Jules Murphy. Walter, tell us, what of these two, obviously Drew King, the king of the kingdom, always looking to add more people into the kingdom, but what is Jules Murphy fighting for here tonight?
So here's the thing, there's been a little bit of a feud going on between Drew King and Jules Murphy for quite some time here. As I've said before, Drew King thinks that Jules Murphy is being undersupported by the lads, right? It's Connor Cretin, it's Craig Opley, it's fucking Chase. Why is Chase getting multiple title shots and Jules Murphy isn't? Now, Jules Murphy beat Drew King for a shot at the title at School Is Out, which was the three lads, Chase, Jules Murphy, and Connor Cretin versus Christopher Devlin, which Christopher Devlin won. Eliminated all three of them. None of them were good enough. And, Jules Murphy has kind of said he was a little frustrated. He felt like they should have worked better as a unit together since they're teammates, right? They should have eliminated Devlin first as a group, and then they could have hashed it out between each other. But all of them were greedy, right? And he says himself too, right? There were multiple times where Chase or Cretin could have eliminated Christopher Devlin, but he wanted to be the one to do it. So he let his ego get ahead of him, and he feels bad for that. And they've all talked about it. They're fine. None of them blame the other, the other person for doing it, but he's frustrated by that. He's frustrated that, Chase is getting another shot, that Connor Cretin got a shot at Heizo Ogawa because he just happened to be outside of my office. And that's what Drew King's been feeding him. Listen, you're better than these guys. Why aren't you a belt holder? Why was Craig Opley given opportunity after opportunity to fight Ethan Wild, and now that schmuck's out of the company? He's been kicked out. He's gone. Mm-hmm. Why aren't you up here? And Jules Murphy's like, listen, Drew, I know what you're trying to do here. You're trying to get in my head. I get what you're saying, but no. I'm not going to do it your way. I'm not going to cheat. I'm not going to have lackeys do it for me. I'm going to do it myself on my own. And they've gone back and forth. And Drew King keeps getting involved in Jules Murphy's business. And finally, they had a match. Jules Murphy picked some random, he picked Kevin Bates, who randomly walked in for catering, and said, fine, I won't beat you with a member of the lads. I'll beat you with him. And they won. And he had the right to choose the stipulation for this match. He could have chosen anything. Could have been, you know, a street fight. It could have been a cage match. Could have been anything he wanted. He said, no. I need to prove that I am as good as I am. You and me, we're going to fight one-on-one. Regular match. No gimmicks, no nothing. It's going to be you and me in the ring, 1, 2, 3, or a submission. You can have your manager there. I know she's going to get involved, but I can beat you. I know I can beat you in a fair fight. And Drew King said, okay. And Drew King has told me, Raven will be out there to support him, but she's not getting involved. He's told her, I don't want you to get involved. If I'm going to win, I'm going to win on my own. And if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose on my own, because I want to prove to Jules what I can do for him if he joins the kingdom, right? And if I can't beat him, I can't help with that, right? If I can't beat him, there's nothing I can show him. He should stay with the lads. And you know what? I'll fucking join the lads. I'll go join the lads if Jules Murphy beats me, because then he can teach me. Maybe all of them can teach me something. So that's where we're at. Drew King comes down with Raven. Jules Murphy comes down by himself. No one from the lads is coming down to make sure that Raven keeps her promise. In fact, no one from the lads wants Drew King in the lads. They think he's a snake. They don't believe in him.
Yeah.
And these two gentlemen step into the ring. They shake hands, and the bell rings.
Wow. I mean, I love everything you've built between these two. Xander, given everything that you just heard, who do you hope wins tonight, and who do you think wins tonight?
I hope Drew King wins. Plain and simple, I hope Drew King wins. And I think Drew King wins. I think Drew King is taking home the dub tonight. I think it's, you know, some great narrative here. Walter likes the heels. I like the heels. And, you know, fuck you, Jules Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jules has had the upper hand in a lot of these matches so far. But Walter, the question is Xander right? Is this Drew King's time when it matters the most to secure a W here?
Drew King wins. There's no interference. There's no interference by Raven. No one messes up. There's no cheating. There's no pulling of the tights. There's no using the ropes for leverage. There's nothing. Drew King pins Jules Murphy in the middle of the ring. 1, 2, 3. Drew King gets up. Says, take your time. He gets out of the ring. He's backstage. He's been standing here in Gorilla. He's been waiting. Jules Murphy kind of shaking his head in the middle of the ring. Can't believe he lost. Comes back here. And Drew King says, now let me show you what I can do for you. And he's handing me a check for $10,000 and says, this man is going to fight the world champion next week on the weekly show in the main event.
Wow.
And listen, I need money to run things. Hey, fine. Jules Murphy versus the world champion main event next week. Totally get it. On the road to Beach Break. Jules Murphy will fight the world champion in our main event next week. I agree with that. 10 grand, done. I'll do it, Drew.
Well,
I'll fucking do it.
We've learned Walter's price here, ladies and gentlemen. We've also learned that the Kingdom now reign as a huge boost, adding a wrestler as talented as Jules Murphy to their repertoire. The lads with a substantial negative penalty for losing a member. That's one of those things with this game. I go back and forth on how I feel about that mechanic, and not just because a couple of my factions have basically become unusable because of how the factions are scored. But, I mean, the Kingdom should get the boost here, and the lads should take a hit. This was ultimately a feud between these two factions, and ultimately, the Kingdom reigns supreme. And we will see what the Kingdom are.
Can I see what that blow-off was?
Yeah, so the feud blow-off was a 4.5 star overall.
I'll take it.
It was a 5-star match here. And Headhunting is now just 4 points away from becoming a Silver Star feud. So the next one of those that resolves will certainly get it over the edge and give you an increased hype boost whenever you do headhunting feuds in the future. But it looks like you're just a little short, unfortunately, of getting that Silver Star just from tonight.
And I will say it has been weird. This entire feud, no one from the lads has really tried to help out Jules Murphy much. I know he had a tag match with Patty Gilman against Alexander Palmer and Drew King, but nobody else has really tried to help out Jules Murphy. Connor Cretan didn't go out there with him. Chase, obviously, he's dealing with his own stuff, but nobody. He is kind of left on his own, and, you know, I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
Not that bad. I guess he's got a world title shot next week, but, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look, with $10,000, I wonder if Jules Murphy would have rather had the $10,000 himself rather than a title match against Christopher Devlin, but we will see what that means as we go forward. And hey, who knows? Maybe Chase upsets Christopher Devlin and we've got a Jules Murphy versus Chase match. Anything is possible, I suppose. We will have to move forward. And we move forward to the Trios Championship. And I can't help but notice, Walter, and I apologize if this is wrong to bring up, but there's no feud involved in this match.
There is no feud involved in this match. What happened was Drew King came up to me and said, hey, I got to keep my guys busy. Like, Parole on a roll. Like, they're the Trios champions. Like, what are we doing with them? And I was like, oh shit, you know what? Like, I mean, all the factions are kind of doing their own thing. I don't really have another trio for them to face. Let me just see if I can find some guys. And I went backstage. I was looking around, you know, after the last weekly show, and I saw Baja Lucha, right? Surfista Hermano Santos and Rey Sangre, who just came back to the company. I said, hey guys, I'm looking for a trio to fight the Kingdom for the trios belts at the pay-per-view. I was like, you wouldn't happen to know any trios, would you? And they're like, well we'll fight them. And I was like, guys, I need a trio, right? And Surfista was like, no, yeah, we'll find somebody. Put us down. We will find a partner. And they were ducking me like all day. We were doing like walkthroughs and everything. We were doing, you know, testing everybody's pyro and everything. And I finally cornered them, and I was like, hey guys, who's your trio? Like, I gotta put this on the card. Like, if I don't have a trio, I'm just gonna cancel the match. And they're like, give me 5 minutes. Went and made a phone call. They said he'll be there at Gorilla when it's our time to go out. And Virginia Warbler just fucking showed up. Like, he wasn't scheduled on this card at all. He fucking shows up. And I'm like, hey, listen, like, are you sure you want to wrestle? Like, I know the Gaston thing. Like, how's it going? He said, you know, hey, I was just at the hospital. Viper's doing pretty rough. His parents are there. They're making sure that he gets the care that he needs, because he was roughed up pretty bad. And I said, listen, like, are you sure you want to fight? He's like, yeah. This is what Viper would want. So he's here to wrestle. I mean, that probably gives away a little bit too much about who's gonna win, but
yeah, I mean, so far this belt has only been defended twice in the last 4 months. Xander, do you believe that this ragtag trio has what it takes to unseat the Kingdom, or is the Kingdom?
For sure, they've got it. They're gonna do it. It's gonna happen right now. Yep, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah. That's a serious prediction made seriously, I'm sure.
You know what? Fuck it. The Kingdom win.
What, sorry?
Fuck it. The Kingdom win.
Yeah. I mean, they were always going to win. What are you saying? Fuck it. The Kingdom do the thing they were always going to do. What are you talking about?
I was baiting, okay? I was trying to bait by being like, fuck it. The Kingdom win.
I was baited, for the record. You got me. I was like, wait, hold on.
I got a 5 3/4 star match out of it.
I sure fucking
I don't know.
did.
I throw fucking shit at the wall and apparently it works out. I don't know.
I genuinely don't know what to make of this, because there was no feud, but you got an interesting story. People are like, yeah, I want to see more from Virginia Warbler and Mr. Hermano Santos.
No. They don't. They want to see more of the Kingdom. They want to see more of what I'm going to say the Parole on the Roll. They're the modern APA, right? Mm-hmm. They're the modern asset accolade protection service. They are JBL and oh fuck, what's his name? I forget. Farouk. That's what they are. They're the modern day APA. They just had a street fight, a beautiful. I love how I've had an unsanctioned match, a last man standing match, a street fight, one fucking holy shit moment.
Yeah. It has been, unfortunately, a little bit barren on that front. Also unfortunate, Virginia Warbler apparently not happy with that loss. He is now down to 59% on the morale, so maybe someone worth reassuring moving forward.
Maybe.
Or not.
Maybe he should have just stayed with Viper.
Yeah.
You should Kenny Diaz him.
Well, all I know for sure is that is your best match of the night so far. And it's a big one. That interesting story. I am fascinated by how you decided to.
Can we look at all their traits real quick?
Yeah.
Like, do I have like interesting story traits?
I mean, you've got natural charisma, which I think increases overness, but I don't think. Yeah.
Storytelling.
You've got a lot of natural charisma. It's a very naturally charismatic trio that you've built with Pearl on the roll.
What about the other side? What about the other side? Do they have storytelling? Is what I'm wondering.
Nope.
Okay. Yep. We just make it all up as we go, and it works.
They're big match specialists, though. They know all three of their opponents love to show up when it matters most, and they.
You know what? Tonight. You know what? I'm gonna make a trio: Virginia Lucha.
Can't wait. Your first formal trio, because you have not. They've all been factions so far. I love it.
This is great.
Congrats to the Kingdom. A big night between that and Drew King's victory, back to back. Your top matches of the night so far.
They're popping some bottles backstage, I can tell you that much.
Absolutely. But we do have to move on. Empress Kabuki going up against Angelina Cardinal in an Iron Man match for the SWA Women's Championship belt. Walter, what can fans expect tonight as Angelina Cardinal tries to take down the Empress?
Yeah, so this is kind of a make good for me for Angelina Cardinal. Not for me, but for Angelina Cardinal. Since Maestra Gomez kind of interrupted the one shot that she's had it at the Empress. Really had a good shot at winning. I really do think that without the interference, maybe she would have won. Obviously, Empress Kabuki a bit kind of sidetracked with Totsuda Funo Sentai dealing with these usurpers that it came over when Psycho Sahana came over. She banded together with Fukushima and Haruka. Now that they've been dealt with, the Empress, has sort of sat back and been like, okay, who's next? And Angelina Cardinal answered the call. She came out last week and just had a stare down. Empress Kabuki was in the ring talking about how there was no one on the roster that was worthy of facing her for a championship. Angelina Cardinal came out. They didn't say a fucking word. They just stared at each other. Talia Adler and Layla Hertz were the one kind of jawing. The managers talking back and forth, jawing. But no, this was like a fucking UFC weigh-in. The two of them just standing nose to nose at each other, not saying a word. And I went to Talia Adler and to Layla Hertz. I brought them into my office and I said, listen, ladies, I think this match deserves a little something special. Mm-hmm. I think that we just give these women about an hour and we see what they can fucking do. We see what happens. We see how many times one can beat the other, because I feel like this is probably something that's going to go on for a while, right? Not just this match, but this feud in general. I think that these two are going to be destined to face each other for quite a bit. And I really, especially after the interference by Maestra Gomez, I want to give them a chance to really go at it. Iron Woman match. And Talia Adler, she was a little apprehensive. She's like, listen, that's not fair to the Empress. Like, come on, what happens if Angelina Cardinal gets a couple of quick roll-ups? And Layla Hertz is like, what, are you chicken? And Talia Adler's like, no, we're not chicken. We're not afraid of it. But like, why should the champion have to try so hard to win? And I was like, listen, she beat 3 women by her fucking self. What do you want? Like, yeah. There's only so much I can do here. I can't just have her go pin one person in 10 minutes and it be over with. She's got to work for it just like Angelina Cardinal does. So everybody agreed to it. And we have Empress Kabuki versus Angelina Cardinal 2 in an Iron Woman match.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible match. I would like to think Angelina Cardinal, a tier above some of the people that have been challenging Empress Kabuki recently. Xander, is the Empress finally going to fall tonight? Or does she retain her title as the fiercest competitor in the SWA?
I think she finally loses tonight. I think this is the night Angelina Cardinal gets it done.
Wow. Any particular reason tonight's the night?
You know, it's a big pay-per-view. It's not the biggest pay-per-view, but it's a big pay-per-view. Empress just had all of those really spicy matches, the 1v3, the, you know, stuff like that. And this is a straight-up match. Angelina worked her way to get here. She's on the 2-win streak, you know, and Empress is so high up that, of course, losing this will hurt. But I think that this is the night that Angelina's able to get it done, edge it out just barely, and kind of pull off, you know, that big miracle win that she needs.
Well, Walter, is this the night that the 19-year-old 4-4 Queen of Lucha Americano gets the win over the Empress, or does the Empress continue to reign over the SWA?
The Demon Empress Kabuki continues her reign. Angelina Cardinal does not quite get there, losing 2 falls to 3 falls for the Empress.
What a close match, though, and it's one that the fans clearly loved. Plenty of intensity throughout. And Empress, look at that morale change, and you could just hear her backstage, like, finally, some good fucking food. Finally, a challenger who's worth my time. And it put on a hot match. The fans were in no holy shit moment somehow. I don't understand that one, and I won't pretend to. But what I do know is that this women's championship match belt clearly climbing up to a gold belt sooner rather than later. And a very nice performance. 5 3/4 stars with plenty of intensity. Has to be feeling pretty good, Walter.
Case, I didn't know you were backstage here at the SWA, but you are correct. Empress Kabuki, this is the most tired I've seen her. This is the most exhausted I've seen her come back. She walked through the curtain on her own, but the second she got back through here, Talia, put her arm around Talia Adler's kind of shoulder and neck and slumped over. And she just looked at me and she gave me kind of like a weird smile and just kind of nodded and said more. I do not think this is the last time these two women will face each other. I am a little disappointed that the feud hasn't gone hot, though.
Yeah, it was a hot match. Like, clearly the fans were into it, but the game low-rolling you on the feud angle. Hopefully that gives you some more room sooner rather than later. But we do have to move on to the 4v4 Steel Cell match between Chort and Eternum. This civil war has been brewing for quite a while, Walter. Tell us, what can fans expect from this 4v4? And for bonus points here, any particular reason these 4 members of Eternum are the ones that were chosen specifically to counter what Chort's bringing to the table?
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing, right? Chort and Eternum, obviously Civil War has been brewing. They've been facing each other. AR60 at Helico and M60 getting the win a couple of weeks ago to earn the right, or I'm sorry, last week, beating the Killers 2-0 in an elimination match. They eliminated both Killers by themselves, no interference by anybody else, to get the right to choose the stipulation. They demanded Chort in a steel cell. They didn't want anyone else interfering. They didn't want a surprise person, joining Chort. They, anything. Chort obviously being like, okay, we're okay with that, because you're right. There are a couple more members of Eternum in Rick Dolan and Kenji Saber. Kenji Saber has not been here for a long time. It's not that he's been injured. It's not that he's been, a visa issue. He just kind of left one day, and I keep trying to text him and being like, hey, do you want to come back? Do you want to match? What's going on? And Rick Dolan's kind of been sitting on the side, really. He hasn't wanted to get involved in this. Brooklyn Cambrille and Trixie Albright, they haven't really wanted to get involved in it. This really isn't their thing. This is mostly between Ethan Wild and Daniel Stevenson and the guys, the members of the factions that agreed with each of them. The Killers And Wesley Lee Morris agreed. Ethan Wild, when he won the title, he should have been given the mantle of ruling Eternum, while AR60 and Kyle Lucha are like, nah, Danny is the one who brought us all together. Why would we just pass along the mantle? You know, sure, like Ethan won and like we're happy for you, but we don't really like the way you did it. And, you know, Danny's the one that brought us all together. We're not going to turn our backs on him. He's our friend. He's our mentor. And that's where we get to it. We got to this 4v4 match. I know it says tag. It's a steel cell. It's not a tag match. It's a tornado tag. They're all in the ring at the exact same time in this cell match.
Absolutely. And what the cell match we have in store. I mean, obviously the Ethan Wild versus Daniel Stevenson, a name I definitely remember and get right on every weekly for sure. A big part of this, but also Kyle Lucha versus Wesley Lee Morris has been very fun to watch. There's a lot here, Xander, and so given everything you've just heard and given what you have seen transpire week after week as the Civil War has intensified, who are you giving the win to tonight?
I'm rooting for Staniel Stevenson. I'm rooting for Eternum here. I think that this is the group that can get together and actually defeat Chort, right? And you know, you got Staniel, all right. You got Lucha, you got Algenico, and you know, you have the hand grenade himself, M60. So I'm being the worst right now. I apologize, but just kidding. No, I don't. But yeah, no. I think that Eternum are going to take it here tonight. I listen, if Chort wins, that's not a surprise, I guess. But again, I really think that this is the squad that can put a stop to them and make it happen at the pay-per-view in the tag steel cell match. Staniel himself coming out on top.
Well, the stakes are certainly high for Daniel Stevenson here, especially if he wants me to get his name correct when it's not directly in front of me. He needs to win this match. That's really the stakes here, Walter. Who did you give the nod to tonight?
Well, you know, if Xander had properly apologized for mispronouncing their names, maybe Eternum would have won, but it's Chort. Chort's winning this. Come on.
And look, 6.25 star match. Look at that. Massive victory here. God, if this was the one that was being doubled, you'd have a really interesting score on our hands. But look at, I mean, you gotta be feeling good about how much this affects the Civil War feud. It is continuing to go hot. It is continuing to get a lot of love from the fans. No holy shit moment. I don't know what you did to the game to make them not give you any holy shit moments, but I do know you got 58 experience in your steel cell matches. Those are going to be great for you in the very near future. And yeah, 6.25 star. The fans are in. I think the stage is set. And I mean, Walter, is there any response backstage as a result of this match?
Yeah, I mean, fucking Chort are hooting and hollering. They are also popping bottles. Ethan Wild coming back like Kirk Cousins. You like that? You like that? You know, and that's the point, right? He is here to prove that he should have been the leader of Eternum all along. And, you know, there's been a couple hiccups. You know, the Killers, they did lose to AR60, but it didn't fucking matter. They still won the battle. They won the battle inside of a steel cell. And I can tell you that Eternum and in particular Daniel Stevenson, they're pretty down and out. Stevenson, though, like, you know, kicked a trash can when he came back here. He's pretty mad at himself, where the other three are just kind of like disappointed.
Yeah, Daniel Stevenson has been dealing with Ethan Wild as a thorn in his side, and I have to imagine these regular losses have him questioning himself. Does Ethan Wild have a point? Is Daniel Stevenson not good enough as a leader of this faction? We will have to see how this continues to play out, but what a match so far here. And we close tonight with the World Championship, Christopher Devlin versus Chase. Walter, you already talked about this match a little bit when we got to the main event package and even before the pay-per-view began. But do you have any final thoughts you want to share before we head into this ambulance match between these two great competitors?
Christopher Devlin wants to put Chase out of his misery, as he so says. Chase is nothing. He is not on Christopher Devlin's level. He may be a warrior, but he is not a hitman, right? A warrior is brash. They are all over the place, whereas a hitman is surgical. They are precise. And that is exactly what Devlin has done against every opponent he's faced. You couldn't beat me, Chase, with 2 of your faction members in the match. None of you could beat me. That takes precision. That is art. That takes strategy that none of you can comprehend. And Chase goes, listen, you tried to beat the shit out of me after you already beat me. You don't kick a man when he's down. You don't take advantage of somebody that you already beat, right? You act like you've been there before. You roll out of the ring after the 1, 2, 3, and you go on your merry way. You're the one who crossed the line here. I earned my first shot against you. I won matches. I beat Eddie Davis. I got kidnapped by Eddie Davis. I beat Assassino. I deserved every shot that I got. You're the one with the problem, and I swear to God, the only way you're going to put me down is to put me down for fucking good. And that is why this is an ambulance match.
Bold words indeed, but words that Devlin has backed up before. I mean, Xander, do you think that there's any chance that Chase can pull off an upset here? Or did Chase wish one too many people good luck and Devlin will never forgive him for it?
Nope. Chase is going to win. Christopher Devlin on his way down. Not only is he no longer going to be face of the company, that guy's soon to be a lower mid-carder, okay? Chase to the moon. Walter knows that by giving Chase wins, that's how he's going to sneak points away. Because I think there's going to be some rescoring that happens again. We're going to find out something new. And suddenly Walter has 1 or 2 points that he didn't have before. I think that's what I'm going with here.
It's a very interesting strategy. And honestly, I love the world that you've built. Walter, would you like to bring us all back down to earth here?
Love how contrarian Xander has been the entire night with my card. I appreciate it because this is an obvious choice, right? Especially with me and knowing everything about my philosophy. I do want...
Oh, you cut out there.
I do want is a very ominous phrase to be cut out on from internet issues. I fear, knowing Walter and some of the conversations that I've had with him, sometimes his internet just decides to be dumb. And I don't think I should click the button without him being here. That feels rude. So, how you doing, Xander?
Intermission!
I mean, we could take our break now. It feels like a very anticlimactic end to this half of the show. But
I love that it happens right as soon as he's about to reveal and, thanking me for being contrarian just for fun. It's amazing that, of course, that's the timing on which his internet cuts out.
Yeah.
What we'll do is take a quick moment and talk about how they should add, they should add a few things. Okay, let's talk about what it is. All right, number one, they should add a way to make like a female character look just a little bit larger than they currently can. Okay. I just want her to seem more physically imposing. Mm-hmm. And then they should allow me to give her, something that she's holding. I don't know, some kind of idol, let's say. Okay. And then maybe I could have like tentacles all in her costume,
Okay, interesting.
Maybe even, like she could wield one. And then I could name her Alawi and get her to somewhere in the ballpark of, 10 to 20,000 popularity. And it would be the greatest time ever.
And you could add her to the fantastically named game 2XKO.
Well, they did that, which is the only thing before I go on an entire tirade, I am happy that she's there. But
yes.
I'd like to see her in Journey Wrestling. I'm just saying. I'd send her to the moon.
So how much of that did you guys hear?
You cut out at what was it, Chase? What did he cut out at? Right after you thanked me for being contrarian.
Yeah, it's like it's the obvious choice, and that was about it. Yeah.
So wow, this really sucks. Because I'm not even lying. I had a very nice heartfelt thing that I just said that apparently got lost because my internet came out.
Oh no.
I can't fucking redo it. Moment is lost. I will sum it up. Go fuck yourself. In reality, this had nothing to do with you wishing you luck. This was the plan all along.
No, of course it was the plan all along. Do you think Chase is ever gonna beat Christopher Devlin? That would be fucking insane.
But it's a 6-star. It's 6-star.
Listen. It's a fucking 6-star match. And here's the thing. Here's what you missed as my internet disconnected. I have released the voodoo magic from Chase. He is no longer a stand-in for one of my best friends. He is just a wrestler in the SWA. And the only reason this tonight was because I wasn't quite ready to move Devlin up. I wanted one more show of doing something different before I move him on to his next challenger, which, if you paid attention tonight or to the last couple of weekly shows, is pretty obvious who is going to be challenging him next. And if you don't know who he's being challenged by next, I'm sorry, I can't be any more subtle than a brick thrown through a window.
Yeah,
Daniel Stevenson.
Yeah, I mean, it would be an explosive choice, I think, is what's coming next, if I've been following the story correctly.
But I do have something special planned for Chase after this. This is not the end of his story. And I am very excited for where he's going to go next, because I am going to reward all the good work that he has done for me. And I am incredibly happy that he gave me a 6-star match here. And I'm just waiting to see. I don't think their feud went hot, which is a bummer.
It doesn't look like it did. Actually, no, it was a hot match, but it did not go hot. We've got a lot to process here. D'Angelo Starr no longer over with the fans. Kenji Sabre is over with the fans. Colton Scribner.
He wasn't on the fucking card.
Well, that's exactly it. They took penalties for not being on the card. When you're not on the card.
No, but how did Kenji Sabre get over?
I don't have no idea. Apparently,
Congrats.
His faction.
Maybe his faction. Yeah, his faction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, let's just look.
I know the kingdom. Is he in the kingdom?
Popularity fell down, morale fell down on a few. It looks like some of your training tasks and recruiting things were completed, so that's something here. But yeah, I have no answer as to how Kenji Sabre went hot without being on the card. And I want to be clear, I've said this to you privately, but because we've been making the jokes on the stream, I just want to be in it, man. I just love that Chase has been involved at all. Like, he used to be a joke, and you kept throwing him into matches where he was going to lose, and the character kept getting some nice wins. And honestly, at the end of the day, losing to Christopher Devlin still means that Chase was in the World Championship match. And that's pretty cool. There aren't a lot of people. I would say of the 71 wrestlers you currently have in your company, only one of them got to be in the ring with Christopher Devlin tonight. And so I, in no way, shape, or form, take a loss personally. I think it's great that he's in it. And I'm very glad that these last couple of matches rewarded you, Welcher, because I liked this card a lot. It is a 5.5-star card, which is not enough to beat Eduardo, but I think you knew going in that was not the goal that you had set for yourself. 5.5 stars has been good enough to win previous pay-per-views. It is a great score. And I don't know if the game's going to punish you because the overness and like the hype system and whatever else. I don't really give a shit. The point is, you had some great matches, especially these last 4 end of the card. You've built some awesome stories. The game rewarded you for it. And it's about goddamn time that you got to see some nice results from these, because I think you're building something really cool over there. And congrats on that, regardless of whatever the fan vote or whatever comes from that from here.
Thank you. I can't wait for either you or Xander to get the first 6-star show. So it'll be great. It'll be fantastic, and my 5.5 star will mean nothing anyways.
Well, we will have to see whether Xander or I have what it takes to secure that victory tonight. Eduardo has set quite the standard. Walter, plenty of great victories that he'll be able to build off of for the next pay-per-view. But for now, we're going to take a quick break, folks. We will be back in just a few minutes, so stay tuned. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, okay, good. My model was being a little weird at a couple places there, but it looks like we're good to go. And what a show it has been so far. We are 2 shows in. Eduardo setting the tone for the night with a 5.75 star card, a score that has always won every week in which it has occurred. Walter with an incredibly respectable 5.5 stars, including 2 very great 6+ star matches to close out his card. Xander, the dice have been thrown to each of us, who have to try to do our best to keep up with some fierce competition. What does the Glory of Legends promotion have in store at Glory of Gold that you think can secure a victory for you today?
Listen, so Glory of Gold, you've been waiting for it. It's here, okay? You guys have seen some of the storylines that have gotten built up. You saw the formation of Kanoto Karius, some of our lower end heels coming in, having some big swings, and honestly, taking some big wins. You've got Young Revolution, right? Bright Future, they're here. They've been having some standout performances, though probably not as many wins as they want, but they're hoping to come in with some big ones tonight. Brigantia making huge moves once again, defending that triple glory belt coming into this. They have had the longest title run of anyone not currently named Johnny Hangtime that is wrestling right now. And on top of that, you know, you've seen some of their guys making solo pushes. And then even more so, you've got Juge, the 2 tag teams that were going at it from before they created Juge, finally, you know, having that blow-off match, letting, you know, or rather not having the blow-off match, but sort of kind of jockeying for position for who's going to be the leaders, and Yuji Onishi and Kaima Nomura coming out on top over Blue Arrow and Green Arrow. And then, of course, you've got the 3 core factions. You've got Burn It All Down, who are once again back in the kitchen, trying to cook it up and see what they can do to absolutely change the face of this promotion forever. Meanwhile, For the People, you know, had some big losses. They've still got the belts on, you know, the Castle Crashers and on Azaki Cordova. But of course, Alex Jim losing that belt was a big deal. And he's trying to, you know, do something about that. Gotta make some adjustments here as the guy who's essentially right below Johnny Hangtime in terms of popularity, albeit there's still a good little gap there. And then, of course, you heard it, Johnny Hangtime. And not only that, but he's feuding with his brothers. Conquest or Death no longer is the Johnny Hangtime show and everyone stands in line. There is now a genuine, threat to Johnny's reign. And mostly coming from his 2 brothers, Eric and Elliot, who really feel like they should be the next ones to take the mantle. You know, they're not a ton younger, but Johnny's, he's over 40 now. They're saying, hey, old man, you're getting too up there. And even though you've had some impressive wins, it's time to step aside and let somebody else, you know, have a claim to the throne and start, you know, pushing Conquest or Death in a different direction. And Johnny's saying, no way. No way. I'm the emperor. I am the one that makes all of the decisions in this promotion. Xander is my mouthpiece, okay? Which, of course, you know, he and I go back and forth about who's really in charge here. But, you know, just think of that meme with, in Guardians of the Galaxy, right? With Thor and Star-Lord, just like, I'm really in charge. It's like, yeah, you are, you know. And of course, you know, he's Thor. So we're having a good time. And at the end of the day, there's a lot to be said on this card. You've got some huge matches, massive implications for both belts, factions, and feuds. It's all coming together tonight. This might as well be a gold pay-per-view with what we put together here.
Wow. I mean, there's a lot that I'm very much looking forward to. We'll see if it lives up to the high praise you just gave it. We start, I mean, what a nice poster here. It's the top 3 that have always been the top 3 since this promotion first began. You're looking at Johnny Hangtime, you're looking at Alex Jim, you're looking at Emily Everett. All of them looking to make a mark tonight. And we will skip these predictions as we go on to a 5-way street fight match to start off the card. Tell us, Xander, how did this match come together?
Yeah, well, if you could just go up and hover over those feuds for a moment, because I want to highlight these real quick, right? You've got the stepping up between Christian Quinn and Paisley Overholt, which has been hot for a while now, but it needs to wrap up tonight, okay? It's gonna go down in this 5-way match, all right? Simultaneously, you've got Colin Torwell and Xander Cage, and you've got Ryan Fox and Xander Cage. Xander, of course, my namesake, being the guy in Kanoto Karius that, he's not the number 1 guy, but he is the number 2 guy, very clearly the number 2 guy. And he's here to have a big showing on behalf of them. These are our lower mid-carders, but a lot of them have been making their way up. No longer are some of these folks weren't even upper mid-carders not that long ago, or lower mid-carders not that long ago. And now it's really a matter of, who's going to pull themselves up and make an argument that they should be in those upper mid-card and even main eventer matches. And you got a lot of talent here, and it's really about seeing who's going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, that is the question here. Walter, we've got 5 very talented wrestlers. You may have gotten a little bit of a hint, as Xander said, that the stepping up feud needs to be blown off. Who do you think's getting the win tonight?
I think the only one here that isn't over. There's a couple that aren't over. Fuck it, Xander Cage. Just because his name is Xander.
The Painted Warrior did get his first win recently at 1-10. And I have to say, some real restraint from Xander to not boost the Xander Cage to the moon. Did you give Xander Cage his second win here, Xander, or do you have someone else that you plan to push moving forward?
I believe we have Christian Quinn winning tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yep. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a 4 1/4 star match. Obviously, this is where the interlacing feuds really come into play. These Xander Cage feuds, by the way, were just starting tonight. So those were brand new versus the stepping up feud that was being blown off. But it's an overness boost for everybody. It's enough to make Christian Quinn a 4-3. Everybody gets enough of a popularity boost. Even Paisley Overholt joins the lower end of the upper mid-card, which is a much more fun place to be than the upper end of the lower mid-card. So congrats to her for that. Congrats to Christian Quinn for getting over. Xander Cage somehow, despite a 1-11 record, starting to get over with the fans. And it's a nice start to the night here, Xander. How you feeling about it?
Yeah, listen, 4 1/4, nothing to jump for joy at. But at the end of the day, the goal here was to get Christian Quinn over and blow off that feud that really needed to get blown off. Xander Cage almost going over with it is just a happy bonus. And the fact that it was a hot match, we love. Everybody there needs a little bit of love. They're the ones that we're trying to build up. There's going to be some nice storylines coming in, especially for Ryan Fox, and the other guys there. But and Colin Torwell especially, you're going to see a lot more of him, I promise. But yeah, no. So that's good stuff for us here. We're happy to start that off with that match.
Yeah, Colin Torwell is a 4-4. We will see what you do with him moving forward. But congrats to Christian Quinn for the victory and the overness boost tonight. But we move on to a 10-way first blood match. We've got quite a few names in here, Xander. Help us narrow it down. Who are the people to watch in this 10-way first blood match? Excuse me.
Yeah, listen, you've got okay. We'll narrow it down to about 4 people right here. All right. I'm gonna narrow it down to 5. Sorry. Okay. Because I want to keep it spicy. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Listen, you've got Animal Fukuoka, who is the newest guy to the promotion, has a ton of feuds kicking, has been making a lot of waves as he comes in here. 2-1 currently, really close to being over. Right. Someone that when you see in him, you're gonna see a good match. On right above him, you've got Regan Awesome, another person who is currently factionless, one of the most desirable talents in the promotion, okay? 19-year-old face, 810 popularity, 4-4, super over, super happy, and an excellent, excellent worker in all of these, things that we've run so far. Now below that, you got Cassidy. Cassidy is a guy that no one really expected much of, but since he has shown up here with Kanoto Karius, is suddenly making massive moves. He and Xander Cage have been a force to be reckoned with, you know, in what is now becoming a close to main event status. All right. Now, not too far below him, you've got Anastasia. All right. Wijaya, I don't want to, you know, discount, but Wijaya he just got 2 wins. Okay. He's happy to be here right now. Anastasia, though, is the hardcore lady. She's one of the most talented female wrestlers in the promotion. And as you can see, she is 2-8 right now. She has been struggling to find wins after being in some of the most massive matches that the women's belts, you know, were a part of, and wrestling with Haika and, you know, and Hanada and all of that. And right now she's here with a lot of guys around her saying, I want to prove that not only am I one of the most talented women, but I can stand here and absolutely put these dudes in her place. And then, finally, while I'd love to point out Krieger, a core lieutenant, and Gavin Evans and Wolf Klein, I got to point out Kenny Diaz, guys. Kenny Diaz is here. He's still wrestling. He's still doing a pretty damn good job, too. You know, I won't say that his favorability has completely turned around within the promotion, but, you know, some of us can tolerate him now, which is a lot to be said, given how we felt about him when he decided to leave the promotion 6 months ago. You know, if Kenny plays his cards right, maybe we won't put him in the dumpster. Who knows? We'll have to see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to learn how the negotiations with a wrestler that plans to leave the company goes, because that's a dynamic I've not seen play out before. But we will see after this pay-per-view no matter what happens, because Kenny Diaz has said he is gone, and it will be up to Xander to bring him back. Walter, do you think Kenny's getting a win to try to encourage that a little bit more favorably, or do any of the other wrestlers he highlighted stand out to you as the one that you believe is most deserving of the W tonight?
See, if there is a way to just get the morale back high enough that the person wasn't going to automatically leave, I would say possibly Kenny Diaz tonight, but I don't think that's the mechanic. My other first thought is Animal Fukuoka, but you guys have shown you don't necessarily always like giving newcomers a win right, you know, kind of off the bat, right on them getting in there, especially if you got a bunch of feuds that you want to start with them. So I am going to go with Anastasia.
You like Anastasia, the hardcore lady. It would be a big win for her to prove that she can hang with the very talented male competitors around her here. Xander, is that who you gave the win to, or did one of your other competitors secure the W tonight?
I do believe it's one of the other competitors, Chase.
Do you need me to tell you who it is?
I believe it's Cassidy.
It is Cassidy. The tough cowboy from Kanoto Karius getting a huge popularity boost. That's going to boost him to the main event. It is a 4.5-star match. A lot of people losing a little bit of morale. And Wolf Klein surprisingly losing overness, though he has so much overness to
a
lose.
little bit to
totally
spare. He'll be fine.
He'll be just fine. No holy shit moment here, but a nice first blood match all the same. And yeah, I mean, look, the goal I imagine was to get Cassidy to the main event, and you have done so successfully.
Yep. Once again, you know, 4.5 stars, nothing crazy, but it's fine. The goal was to get Cassidy to the main event. You know, I was hoping maybe Animal would get a little bit of overness from this match. That was the kind of side goal here that didn't come to fruition. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, Cassidy getting 67 popularity, proving that Kanoto Karius are a true faction that will need to be reckoned with, even by the bigger factions, was the goal tonight.
Yes. Now we have quite the segment that is coming up here. It looks like, I mean, what is this? Aiden Astral has climbed up to the Titantron. I mean, Xander, to tell us what we're seeing here, because Aiden Astral looks like he's about to do something crazy.
After that key win by Cassidy and Xander Cage losing, Kanoto Karius are on an absolute tear. They are fighting everybody that they can get their hands on that is still in and around the ring. They may or may not have pulled a fan out of the stands and started to beat him senseless. Meanwhile, Aiden Astral is doing his best to escape as one of the few people on the lower mid-card that knows that he's got to protect that face, okay? He's got to protect himself, keep himself safe. You know, he's sought after by Kanoto Karius here, and he's got to do something desperate to get away from them.
And desperate is what he does. A stunt dive segment. These are one of the special segments that this game provides. A huge overness boost guaranteed, a huge popularity change, and a guaranteed 5-star segment, or I thought it was guaranteed 5-star. This implies that the producer focus helped get it there. But Aiden Astral officially over with the fans. A nice hype boost for the event itself. He is now going to be, I believe, a 4-4. But Aiden Astral will not be available for some time. It is a long-term play that you have made to give him some love, and it does seem like the fans are eating it up.
Indeed.
Walter, what are your thoughts watching the stunt draft?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Walter.
It certainly is interesting. It's a guaranteed 5 out of 5. I wonder how long he'll be gone, and what you'll actually do with that moving forward.
Yes. Sorry, Xander. Your final thoughts here.
No, yeah. Listen, Kanoto Karius, they wanted to grab this guy, and he took a stunt dive, and because of it, everyone's loving Aiden Astral now. He's actually going to be an upper mid-carder. That pushes him up. It gets him over. So Aiden was a guy that, just wasn't able to get in any big matches recently, but didn't really matter. And now, again, people that are making these moves are with how few people are not in a faction currently, and how many factions are trying to bolster their strength. Aiden Astral is going to be the #1 guy when he comes back that people are looking at, amongst the likes of Saki Slab and Dietrich Mullen, and Gavin Evans and Regan Awesome. These guys are now, your most sought after talent in this promotion. So, congrats to him for making that happen. And I'm sure Kanoto Karius are a little salty that, they couldn't beat him and force him into Kanoto Karius right away.
Yeah, we will have to see what happens to Aiden Astral when he returns. To your question, Walter, I believe he's going to be gone for about a couple months. That's how the game tends to rule.
2 to 3 months, yeah. 2 to 3 months usually, yeah.
Which I only bring up because all of our competitors have access to this and a couple other special segments that have relatively guaranteed outcomes. And you may see another special segment later tonight. Minor spoiler alert, I suppose. But it will not be in our next match, because our next match is the Triple Glory Championship between Brigantia and Young Revolution. Brigantia have held this belt basically since it was formed. Xander, what can fans expect from this match tonight?
So Brigantia have held the belt more or less since it was formed, and it's something that they have defended for almost 5 months now, and it's been a wild ride. They've contended with members of Burn It All Down. They've contended with a faction that no longer exists, that was essentially half Juge and half I believe it was For the People, but
yes. Rest in peace, Menelaus.
Yeah, rest in peace, Menelaus. And so no, and Young Revolution have come out here and tried to take the belt off of them. And despite some good performances, they just haven't been able to do it. But that being said, Bright Future sat down tonight and they said, listen, guys, this is our opportunity. Okay, it's not getting any easier for us. You guys just watched Kenny go out there and lose. We need a win tonight. And this is our opportunity, our one chance to make it happen. We have to do it tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brigantia are saying, this is our belt. No one's ripping this belt off of us. Coda Super, Matt Robinson, Danny Cole. You think that you can just come here and take the belt that we essentially own, that we've built, that we have raised to the echelon it's at? There's no shot that's happening tonight. Young Revolution, we're going to remind you where you belong. Okay, and your revolution is going to die in its infancy.
Well, I will say, I will forever find it funny that Young Revolution is 9 years older on average than Brigantia. But the question remains, Walter, do you believe that Brigantia retains, or do we have a new face to the Triple Glory belt?
Brigantia retains. I have not heard enough evidence to give the belt to Young Revolution at all.
Okay. Walter is unconvinced, Xander. Is he right that Brigantia retains, or is a revolution on our hands?
Well, Walter, what you failed to recognize is that Young Revolution and Bright Future have been feuding very hard with Kanoto Karius, and it has propelled their talent further because they have needed to work harder. They have been fighting longer matches, and they have been honing their craft because they know it's not just Brigantia that's coming after them. It is every major heel up and down, in the card from them right now, including one or two members of Burn It All Down are feuding with them. And because of that, Young Revolution, they're not complacent. Brigantia, they got a little complacent tonight, and it's going to be Young Revolution taking the belt.
Wow, it's a 6 1/4 star match. I gotta be honest, I was expecting a good score. I wasn't expecting 6 1/4 star. Testament to what Young Revolution is capable of. Brigantia, obviously a morale hit for each of their competitors, but they had a little bit of morale to spare. A huge overness boost to Young Revolution, and we will see. That does indeed get Matt Payne over with the fans, which gives him a nice boost moving forward as his rustic bunch gimmick progresses. And that ends the feud. That is a 5 1/4 star blow off between Brigantia and Young Revolution. And oh boy, did it kick in at the right moment. It's a little bit of a hit to Brigantia Rising as a faction, but bright future. I mean, the future does indeed appear bright when you've got winning championships and a hot member and a belt that is being propelled just 9 experience points away from becoming a silver belt. I mean, Xander, you got to be feeling pretty darn good after that one.
Oh yeah, we're feeling good. That's what we wanted to see, and congrats to Young Revolution. They earned it. I'll be honest, they took a lot of losses coming into this, both as individuals and a faction, but I like the idea that it made them work harder. They understood why they were not better, why they weren't attracting the fans the same way Kanoto Karius was. And really, it's entirely because of Kanoto Karius, because of Cassidy, because of Xander Cage and what they've been able to do that, Young Revolution and Bright Future were able to turn it around and make something happen.
Well, congratulations to Young Revolution. We do move on to a Fatal 4-Way elimination match between Gaijo Jade and Sho Fujino, who have been feuding for a while, and Jay Avalon and General Hayashima, who had his own heel turn recently. Tell us, how did these four end up in a ring together, and what can fans expect from this match tonight?
Yeah, we're back at it again. All right, you've got the core factions recognized here. Okay, you've got this is actually what it really is. Okay, it's a 2v2 between For the People and Burn It All Down. You've got Gaijo Jade and Jay Avalon, massive representatives from For the People. And then you've got Sho and General Hayashima. General, of course, being, someone that folks have seen a lot as a key lieutenant, despite not being as high up, but a key lieutenant in Burn It All Down. And Sho, sort of fulfilling the same role that Bone Soldier does for Conquest or Death, being kind of an assassin. He hasn't been able to find a lot of success, but you'll notice a lot of the folks in this match have been, kind of underperformers, not because they're bad wrestlers, not because they're untalented. The reason that they've gotten up so high is because all of them have been in major title bouts. But right now, they're working together here. Even though this is a fatal 4-way, it really is at its core a 2v2. Gaijo and Jay will happily, fall on their sword for one another if it comes down to them winning or someone from Burn It All Down. Simultaneously, Sho in general, even though they have that Burn It All Down mentality of I must be the one to win, the strongest will survive, all that. Listen, they know what Executioner will say if someone from For the People especially win tonight. Executioner has made it clear that, while he's looking at Johnny Hangtime, while he's looking to take stuff away from the Hangtimes, giving any room to For the People with Azaki making the moves that he is right now is a death sentence within Burn It All Down, and you risk a lot having to go back and answer to that guy that you were unable to succeed tonight.
That is true. Burn It All Down. The pressure is on, but For the People need some wins. In fact, all of these wrestlers, just because they've been in a lot of multi-man matches, a lot of big matches, could all benefit from a win. Walter, who do you think is getting the win tonight?
Man, you were pushing Hayashima quite a bit there, but I'm gonna go with Gaijo Jade. I don't know why. I like the name. I like a young face, and give him a win.
I do like the idea of the Japanese cyborg boosting his way up the card to being a face of the company. However, there's another wrestler here that I have a particular affection for, who I think might finally be getting some love from Xander here, if my notes are correct.
You're correct. It is Jay Avalon. Gaijo Jay doing the bulk of the work here, but Jay being the one that sustains the battle long enough, and Gaijo seeing that it's going to be Sho or Jay who are able to clean up the win, makes sure that he takes Sho out, and from exhaustion goes down himself. Jay is going to be the one on top at the end of the night.
It's a great match. Everyone gets an overness boost and a popularity boost, which you love to see. That hot match going a long way towards increasing the hype, which already that number 216 is terrifying as someone who is going against you in this competition. But it's a nice feud starter between both of these competitors. These were brand new feuds, and they've already kicked themselves off well. No holy shit moment? I doubt you care if the answer is a 5.5-star match that gets that much love. Well,
yep, we're looking good right now.
Well, let's see if the card continues to look good. We have a 5-way casket match for the Return to Glory belt. And this really, I mean, I don't know how else to summarize the Glory of Legends promotion, that there are 5 competitors and 5 different feuds going into this match. Walter, it sounded like you wanted to say something before I throw it to Xander.
How do you do a 5-way casket match?
Yeah, let's start there. How do you do a 5-way casket match, Xander?
Well, it's simple, okay? We have the one casket, and then we've got 3 baby caskets, okay? And so you utilize the main casket and absolutely slam your opponent's head in there, and then you kind of crumple their body up and toss them in the baby casket, okay? That's how this works, all right? Caskets for kids. That's so morbid. I'm sorry.
Wow. You really said baby shoes never worn. I hardly know her.
Oh, God.
Listen, Chase likes home invasions. You like baby caskets. I don't know what else is going on here. It's a little fucked up, guys.
No.
I feel less bad now. I feel less bad now.
That's fair. I walked into that one. I did that to myself. I have no one but me to blame. Okay, so here's the deal. Bone Soldier just got this belt, all right? And that had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that I forgot that Bone Soldier was actually a member of Conquest or Death and not burn it all down. 100%, that didn't affect or impact anything. Definitely won't change anything tonight, okay? Carson Gold has been losing a lot. He really wants to get back to getting wins, despite still moving up the card, okay, getting over that 900 popularity threshold. He just hasn't been able to find wins against the top talent. He did a good job to get here. He did a good job beating all the upper mid-carders he needed to and beating the lower end of the main event. But since he's been in the highest profile matches, a lot of belts, he hasn't been able to do it. He's on a losing streak. He wants to break that tonight. That's literally what the Return to Glory belt is all about, or rather, it's supposed to be about. Okay, we can acknowledge that maybe there was a belt holder before that didn't necessarily need to return to glory. He just really didn't like Kenny Diaz. And you'll see a lot of folks here who are extremely talented. Alexandre Kennedy, Maricela Reyes, okay, and Serpentine Suprema. All of whom, once again, you see a lot of multi-man matches means there's a lot of losses for extremely talented wrestlers. And this is the kind of belt that can change that for you. And at the end of the day, in a match like this, you've got members of Burn It All Down, For the People, Conquest or Death, and importantly, Brigantia. Okay? And through that, it is anyone's opportunity to rip this belt off of Bone Soldier. This is the only belt that can change hands without it being a big deal. However, don't forget also, though, that Bone Soldier has to answer to his boss. And who's his boss? Johnny Hangtime. So at the end of the day, this is anyone's belt to have. Everyone has their reasons for wanting it. Maricela wants to improve herself as a woman that hasn't been able to get in the core title matches. Carson wants to get to where he believes he should be as a representative of For the People that should be a face of the company. Serpentine Suprema wants to be the first ever high-profile member of Brigantia to make a solo move and get a belt. And then Alexandre Kennedy trying to, get back to his success and be able to contest for that lightweight title, for that cruiserweight title. And then, of course, finally, Bone Soldier just got it a month ago, wants to retain it, wants to make Johnny Hangtime proud, and wants to be the assassin that deserves the acclaim.
Well, there's clearly a lot on the line for each of these factions here. Walter, of the names you just listed, of the stories you've just heard, which one do you think has enough to secure the title tonight in this 5-way casket match?
See, it would make sense for it to stay on Bone Soldier because of the hang time stuff. I don't think you're ready to let the hang times fall apart. You make very compelling arguments for everyone. I like the idea of Carson Gold winning it in particular. But I'm going to say Bone Soldier retains.
Well, you hear it, folks. There's a prediction for Bone Soldier to retain here. Xander, does Bone Soldier get to hold on to the belt for another month? Or do we have an upset on our hands?
Well, Chase, we've got an upset on our hands. And to everyone's surprise, even though it looks like it's going to be Carson Gold, at the top of the pile, the guy who puts everybody in their caskets nice and neat when the match is over is going to be none other than Serpentine Suprema.
It is indeed a Serpentine Suprema victory. It's a 5-star match. Bone Soldier certainly taking a morale hit, but everybody seems to be getting an overness boost overall.
He didn't fumble a face of the company status, which
he is on the way to becoming a face of the company, which is fascinating here. Actually, wait a second. Is he still on it? I don't see the note here for it. Oh, there it is. It's down here.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a hot match. So some nice feuds there. Bone Soldier Serpentine Suprema has started as a feud. Serpentine Maricela, Carson Maricela. You've started a lot of feuds tonight.
I have. Yes, these first early matches are a lot of feuds beginning. You can see the Return to Glory belt took a pretty massive hit, which we did expect and anticipate. Not the end of the world here. We had a story to tell, and it was a lot more important.
Yeah, certainly helps with Brigante Rising, who lost a belt earlier. But Conquest of Death, it's a minor hit. And we will see what Brigante Rising can do with this belt. I, for one, am a big Serpentine Suprema guy, since he was part of my original campaign that inspired a lot of this competition that we're in today. So at 970 popularity, he very well could be a face of the company, given enough time and love. So we will see how long Serpentine Suprema can handle this belt, or if Return to Glory continues to bounce around for a while to come. But we move forward here. It is the Women's Lightweight Championship match. Kurosaru versus Jade Gatlin with special referee Emily Everett. How did this match come together here, Xander?
Yeah, so, Jade and Kurosaru have been going at it. All right, they are aggressive wrestlers. Jade being the ex-Army wrestler, okay? And Kurosaru being just the most massive woman. I mean, she's huge, okay? And, her name...
Colossal one could say.
Yeah, colossal one could say. But, just imagine the Big Show, but a lady. That's Kurosaru, okay? She's huge. And she has been dominating this belt since she got it, including getting a win over Emily Everett, right? That was everyone's surprise, because Kurosaru, when she was trying to fight Emily initially, when Emily was holding the women's heavyweight, couldn't hold a candle to her. So right now, Kurosaru, people are even saying, hey, is she actually stronger than Ume? Like, I know this belt is a little bit lower, but, like, is Kurosaru that tough? And, of course, she's happy to feed into that. She's saying, of course I am. I'm the strongest woman in this promotion. Don't you forget it. Meanwhile, Jade is saying, listen, For the People have needed a win for a while. I haven't been able to pull my weight. Jade has gone back, put herself in the hyperbaric chamber, doing the push-ups, doing the sit-ups, doing the sprinting, doing everything she can to make herself just an absolute specimen, just a true, through and through athlete. And she's saying, listen, a win for this belt tonight, I can push for face of the company status. I can get For the People back on track. And maybe it's even with Alex Jim not holding a belt right now, maybe I can be the one that starts to turn things around. I know it's the women's lightweight title, but this belt has been climbing fast because of the caliber of talent that have held it. And you know what? I think it's my turn.
Yeah. Jade Gatlin certainly would love the opportunity. It would be huge for her and For the People to hold it. The question is, Walter, is this the show in which that happens, or does Kurosaru the Colossal female wrestler stay strong and continue her 5-match win streak?
See, I really don't know here, because there's a part of me that's like, does Emily Everett keep Jade Gatlin down and keep Kurosaru with the belt, that way she doesn't move up the card? Or does she try to put Kurosaru down and give the belt to Jade Gatlin? I think you give it to Jade Gatlin here.
Okay.
I think that's what it is. I think Jade Gatlin wins.
Well, Xander, the question is now in your corner. Does Emily Everett help give Jade Gatlin the win, or does Kurosaru stand strong?
I believe we have Jade winning tonight, correct?
We sure do have Jade Gatlin winning.
We sure do have Jade winning tonight. I just had to double check, but first of all, it's a great match. I love to see it. I love the hype, 5.5 star, full of action. But, Walter, you nailed it. There were the two alternatives there. Is Emily here to help Kurosaru because they're in the same faction? Or is she here to hurt her for the pain that she's been put through? And again, remember, what faction are they both a part of? Conquest or Death. And there is a civil war brewing there. It's starting to spill over in a very visible way at this pay-per-view.
Absolutely. It's a 5.25 star blow-off, so a nice feud ender here. Jade Gatlin now on her way to becoming a face of the company right alongside Kurosaru. So a big jump for her. And oh, by the way, the first holy shit moment of the night as Jade Gatlin got up from Kurosaru's finisher before asking her to hit another. A very nice play there for the people. Certainly very happy to get a victory. And the Women's Lightweight Championship continues to climb. Meanwhile, Conquest or Death, they have fallen tonight. They were Reputation 7 heading into this. They're now at Reputation 6. And far be it from me, a guy who has sent 2 different factions all the way down to Reputation 1 for narrative purposes, but I have to imagine that a guy like Johnny Hangtime cares a lot more about that number than maybe the average person would.
Oh, he sure does, Chase. He sure does. And that absolutely might mean something for everyone.
We will certainly see how it all plays out. But for now, we have to move on. It is a fatal 4-way casket match, your second multi-man casket match of the night, which I'm sure Walter is just absolutely loving. But it is between Executioner Goro defending against Phil Hangtime, Bear Winter, and Sebastian Chaos. I mean, you've been talking up Executioner Goro all night as the leader of Burn It All Down. What do these competitors have to do to try to take Executioner out?
Listen, Phil wants his belt back, okay? At the end of the day, you see these guys and you know that there's really one outcome here, okay? This is another one of those matches where it is essentially a 2v2, okay? Sebastian Chaos is here to support Executioner Goro. Bear Winter here to support Phil Hangtime.
Interesting. Right? What brings Bear Winter and Phil Hangtime together? Because last time I checked, I thought that Hangtime Empire and Vinland Saga were feuding against each other.
So they are. They absolutely are, all right? But don't forget that they're still in the same faction, okay? And some of these feuds are really long-standing. And you know, when Phil and Bear were feuding, you know, as the kind of tag feud intro going in there, that was a really different time for Conquest or Death. And that was a little bit more about jockeying for position within the promotion. And that was when Phil was not nearly as important as he is now. Bear Winter is looking at Phil and saying, you know what, I kind of like the way that you see things. And, you know, maybe you and Johnny are really aligned, and I've always respected Johnny. You know, I don't necessarily agree with Eric and Elliot. And if I'm going to follow anybody here, listen, I'm not saying I'm not following Johnny, Phil, but I'm following you. And Phil says, all right, well, what we got to do is get my damn belt back. And the best way to do that is to go up against Executioner, who he himself brings in one of his lieutenants that, you know, has gotten a couple big wins lately. I mean, you know, and now you're really seeing a whole bunch of stuff kind of boil over here. You know, and maybe one of those feuds is added there that maybe, you know, shouldn't be. But the other ones, that, as I just outlined it, but the other ones here, you know, having massive impact. Phil and Executioner have been going back and forth. This has been one of the spiciest feuds in the promotion for a while now. Bear Winter and Executioner. Sebastian and Phil. All of these wrestlers have, a lot of, interpersonal relationships going on simultaneously. Again, you've got Conquest or Death and Burn It All Down really fighting for this belt, which is what this is at its core. But it's really important because, again, you've got Phil and Executioner both saying, hey, we are the future of this promotion. And right now we're feuding over a lightweight belt. But this lightweight belt has arguably come as important as the cruiserweight belt. And you know what? Maybe one or both of these guys just want to get this thing so they can shed it and trade it in for a shot at a bigger title.
Wow. I mean, the stakes are high here. You heard that it's a maybe an unconventional 2v2 here, Walter. Do you believe that Executioner Goro, with the help of Sebastian Chaos, holds on? Or does Phil Hangtime get his belt back tonight?
Nah, Goro.
You say Goro. No question in your mind, huh? No doubt?
Nope. 0.
That's fair.
Yeah, you are right.
Give Executioner Goro the belt. Yep.
Yeah.
I know too much about what you're trying to do with the hang times, Xander.
That's fair.
That's fair. Well, and look, it is a hot match. It's a popularity boost to everybody. So those are all positive things that you can build off of. No holy shit moment from this one, but casket matches have their rating boost increased moving forward, and the men's lightweight championship more than halfway even, to becoming a gold star belt. So that belt continues to climb in prestige, and a 5.5 star match has to be feeling pretty darn good here, Xander.
Yeah, once again, we're aiming for consistency. It started off a little slow, but we're starting to pick it up here, and it's only going to get, I'm hoping it's only going to get better from here.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those, a lot of 5.5 star matches feels very nice until you remember that Eduardo had a 5.75 star card. The pressure is on as we continue, but plenty of matches left to happen here, including the men's cruiserweight championship between Azaki Cordova, Vince Rivera, Black Bull, Elliot Hangtime, and Dietrich Mullen in a 5-way first blood match. Xander, how did we get here, and what should fans be expecting tonight?
You got Burn It All Down, you got Conquest or Death, you got For the People, and then you've got Dietrich fucking Mullen, okay? Dietrich Mullen, who of course lost his last match, but was on a 4-win, I believe, tear going into that. Again, the most important guy not currently in a faction, and he knows that this is his best opportunity at a belt. He says, listen, I'm realistic, I'm pragmatic. I think I will get my shot at that heavyweight title, okay? But I skipped the lightweight title. Executioner Goro and Phil, I don't want to mess with any of that. This is the belt that has the most promise for me. This is where I can make my mark. And that's why Dietrich is in here, and he's kicking off a feud tonight, all right? Meanwhile, you've got, and you can hover over it real quick. Yeah, Dietrich and Elliot, okay? Dietrich feuding with Elliot Hangtime, all right? Simultaneously, you've got Elliot and Black Bull who are in here, and they're feuding. Elliot, of course, trying to get the big win. Black Bull on a pretty significant loss streak, but don't forget that that's kind of what he's there for. He is really the forward, operator, the forward soldier for Executioner Goro. He's the guy that goes in and tests the waters and sees how weak or strong somebody is. Don't forget, that's exactly how Executioner used him to decide whether or not he could make the move on Phil Hangtime. And now you can tell Executioner Goro has his sights set back on this cruiserweight belt that he himself lost. Okay. And he's debating, well, hey, maybe I have Black Bull go for this. Maybe I jump straight up to the heavyweight title. We'll have to figure that out. Simultaneously, you got Vince Rivera, who's backed up by Krieger. Vince Rivera was a guy who had that Return to Glory belt, had 3 solid wins with it, hasn't been able to have anything since, but has continued to move up the card because he's in these title matches. When you see him, you know he's in a title match, you know it's going to be a hot match, and it's always good. And then last but not least, you have the belt holder, a guy who's only had it for a little while, 2 months, but a member of For the People that is rapidly making his name and saying, I know that I lost all of my matches initially, but now that I've got this belt, I am not letting go. I'm holding on for dear life. And I just watched Alex Jim have his belt stripped from him when he looked unbeatable. So now I have even more reason why I need to hold on to this thing. I am now the top representative holding a belt for the people. If I let go of this thing, our faction is doomed. We have to survive the onslaught of Burn It All Down and of Conquest or Death. And listen, Dietrich, I don't hate you, bud, but I can't give you my belt right now.
Yeah. I mean, that is, like, you look at this match, right? It's 2 people from Burn It All Down. It's 1 from Conquest or Death, and it's Dietrich Mullen, who has trying to prove he doesn't need a gimmick. He doesn't need a faction. He's just Dietrich Mullen, and that's been enough so far. But Walter, who do you think is getting the nod tonight?
I think it stays with Cordova. I think you're telling a little bit longer of a story there with For the People, and I don't think you're ready to put them on their decline here. So keep it with Cordova, probably for another pay-per-view.
That sounds pretty fair to me, Xander. Do you agree with that assessment?
I do agree. It is going to be Azaki holding the belt for now, but understand this is a close match, not quite the level of match we wanted to see for the Cruiserweight belt, but nonetheless, the story is here. It's being told, and we got the most of the result that we wanted to see from that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things you got to keep in mind, right? You've had a lot of feuds starting tonight. This has been the start of something new rather than the building off of it. And sometimes that can have an effect on what the rating of a match, right? It's less likely to have a hot match when none of the feuds are hot yet because a lot of them are just starting out. But Azaki Cordova is on his way to becoming a face of the company. And between him and Jade, 2 more faces of the company within
and
For
Bone
the People
Soldier
would be nice.
Yeah.
Well, Bone Soldier's not in For the People.
Yeah.
Thank you
Sorry,
very much.
I didn't let you finish. That's my bad.
Yeah, look, but I'm happy for Bone Soldier, man. Let's be very clear here. I'm Team Bone Soldier all the way, if only because his gimmick is Bone Solder, and I really like the idea that the soldier also has like a welding habit.
Bone solder, yeah.
But yeah, look, the Cruiserweight Championship, it's not that far away from the men's lightweight. These 2 belts, both well on their way to gold prestige, and it's because it's been defended very well. It's a 5-star match, maybe not the score you were hoping for in a world in which Eduardo's card was so goddamn good, but by no means a bad result, and a lot of feuds that were previously involved here continuing to get some love. So we will see what comes from here. But we move on to a fatal 4-way, and we talked about this before. You have a lot of sponsors for your brawl matches, and it looks like you've got an apple, and definitely the apple that everyone's thinking of for sure, and we don't have to specify for the sake of legal liabilities, but it is that apple in a fatal 4-way Apple Store brawl match for the tag championship belt between Castle Crashers, Otis Revenge, but Out of the Sun and Harlem Havoc. So how did we get here? Because right now I'm seeing 4 competitors for the tag belt, all faces tonight.
Yeah, listen, they were out there looking for the Apple Watch Series 9. Okay, Castle Crashers saying, hey, listen, we got this belt on lock, right? We're going to go take our time. We don't need to show up to the stadium until it gets later. And we're going to just, go get ourselves some nice Apple Watches with our extra money. And while they're standing there, laughing and joking, they turn around and they see Kota Super and Deputy Newland and from Harlem Havoc. And they say, hey, what are you guys doing here? And, they look at him and say, oh, nothing, we're just shopping too before we go to the show. And Castle Crashers turn back around and, that's weird. Okay. And, the line moves up a little bit and they turn around again and suddenly Otis Revenge is there. And you've got Yuji and Kaiman. And now Braden turns to his brother and says, listen, something's about to happen here. And before they know it, they get flanked on either side by the 2 members of Blot Out the Sun. You've got Blue and Green Arrow. And they make it clear it's on. And right there in the middle of the Apple Store, the brawl breaks out. There's iPhones getting thrown. There's AirPods getting tossed, okay? There's necks getting wrapped up with cords, all right? Alarms are going off. Glass is getting smashed. And it is an all-out war breaking out in the Apple Store.
Wow. I mean, what a belt to give to a sponsored segment, given how long Castle Crashers have held it. The question is, Walter, do you think that there's going to be a belt change in this Apple Store Brawl match, or do the Castle Crashers maintain their reign over this tag belt?
I think you keep it on Castle Crashers. Again, I haven't heard anything compelling enough to really put it on anybody else. So keep it with the current champs, and keep building your stories until you have something that's actually compelling.
I mean, look, I think Castle Crashers, we just saw Braden Castle, I believe, go face. He had requested that face turn, and it's made him even more likable with the average fan. And so I can see the argument for keeping it on Castle Crashers, but I have to say, I'm looking at my notes. I don't think that's what you did tonight, Xander.
Yeah, well, Walter, again, what I didn't mention here, because I was hyping up the sponsor, okay, is that Oda's Revenge and Blot Out the Sun are members of Juge. And I did highlight it coming into tonight when I talked about the card before we began. But Juge were hoping for a big move tonight. And tonight, it's all about big moves. And here, Oda's Revenge and Blot Out the Sun, who just wrapped up their own internal decision about who should be on top and who should be the ones leading, they haven't, completely settled that yet, but they did come to a conclusion, and Oda's Revenge were the ones that decided they should be the leaders. And in true fashion, Kaiman Nomura and Yuji Onishi see their opportunity. And as the leaders of the faction, they take the loss, but they bring Castle Crashers down with them. And Blot Out the Sun are able to come away with a win, much to their own surprise, as they take this belt off of the Castle Crashers.
I mean, what a big moment for Blot Out the Sun, right? It's a 5.5-star match, a huge overness boost. Castle Crashers aren't even that mad about it, honestly. No popularity boost for them or Oda's Revenge, but Harlem Havoc actually also big winners of this particular match here. We are seeing the feud between Brigantia Rising and Zuge going hot, which I'm sure is the biggest thing you were hoping for. Green Arrow getting over
Second
with the
biggest
fans.
thing.
Also
That's the biggest
nice.
thing. Yep, that was the biggest thing, was Green Arrow going over tonight.
Yeah. Well, and Blot Out the Sun and Harlem Havoc. It's funny, because you said that Blot Out the Sun and Oda's Revenge have finished their feud. No, they haven't. Blot Out the Sun and Harlem Havoc.
I corrected that. I did correct that. Yeah, I said that they hadn't, but they, in the last match, they settled who should be the leaders. The feud hasn't ended yet, but they did settle who should be the leaders.
Well, we'll see if they continue to agree on that, given that the feud continues. But for now, Braden Castle's on his way to being a face of the company despite the loss. And holy shit, Apple really got their money's worth here, because Green Arrow slapped the taste out of Braden Castle's mouth before they started brawling. And
he did it with an iPhone.
He sure did. Zuge, a huge win tonight, really propels them well up the card. They're almost at Reputation 6. It's a nice tag team belt push, and it's a popularity boost for brawl matches moving forward, which I'm sure you're feeling good about as well. I believe For the People are where Castle Crashers are from, so that's...
Yep, correct. For the People.
The loss there, but hopefully the wins they've gotten elsewhere. Wait, does that imply that Azaki Cordova's not... Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, he was retaining. Nope. Excuse me, I got confuzzled for a second.
That was Jade Gatlin winning.
Jade Gatlin getting the win. Thank you very much. Yep. We move on to the Men's Heavyweight Championship. A triple threat Iron Man match between Kai Galvana, Alex Jim, and Saki Slab. One of these things is not like the other ones here, Xander. How did this become a triple threat for the Men's Heavyweight belt?
Yeah, listen, Alex Jim has been headhunting Saki Slab for a while, and that feud has been pretty hot. However, it's gone to Saki's head a little bit, pun intended. Saki firmly believes that he is not just better than Dietrich Mullen. All right, Saki believes he's better than all of the guys that are fighting for the cruiserweight, all of the guys fighting for the lightweight. We can be honest, Saki's a little delulu, okay? He's a little delulu. Saki thinks that being the second most sought after available non-faction oriented guy who has had some really strong showings lately means that not only, okay, should he be able to contest for the heavyweight belt,
but that it's weird. It's even a question why he's here. Of course he's here. He's Saki freaking Slab. He's the street fighter in a promotion that's built around street fighting. He is the guy. All right, Johnny Hangtime. Who's Johnny Hangtime? I'm Saki freaking Slab. All right.
Good for Saki,
now, simultaneously, Kai and Alex are saying, "Listen, we've had this feud going for a while. Kai, you took my belt. All right, I want it back." Kai's saying, "Listen, when Johnny inevitably moves on, especially with what Eric and Elliot are doing, it's not going to be one of them he gives the reins to. It's going to be me. And I'm here to remind him tonight that I will exercise his will as the Emperor until his days as Emperor are no more. But that when that time comes, sure, he'll consider Phil. But I'm going to prove that I'm the guy that deserves it the most. And I'm going to retain my title tonight. And I'm going to do it against For the People and this pissant Saki Slab."
Well, Walter, Alex Jim held this title for a very long time. He lost it just last month. Do you think that he can regain this title against Kai Galvana, or do we think either Kai Galvana or, I mean, hey, a Saki Slab upset isn't impossible, one could say. Who are you giving the nod to?
No, it's gonna stay with Kai Galvana.
It sure is. We don't need to pretend. It's going to stay with Kai tonight.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with a follow-up question, but I think we all knew where this was going. It's a 5.5-star match thanks to some crowd interest as a nice little buff there. The feud between Alex Jim and Kai Galvana goes hot, which I'm sure is something that you're very happy to see given the talent between these two competitors here.
Absolutely.
It also blew off, so not actually helpful in the specific context.
No, well, yeah, it was blowing off.
Yeah, when it comes back around, it'll be good to have.
Yep.
And it's no holy shit moment here, but the men's heavyweight championship just 3 experience points away from becoming a gold belt. 1 defense on a weekly gets it there. So very much exciting for fans of this belt. Alex Jim did a great job.
So tune in next
building
Wednesday.
It. Yeah. Yeah, I have a feeling I know where that's going. But look, Alex Jim built it up. Kai Galvana retains tonight. You'll see if Alex Jim is capable of getting the revenge he's hoping for. But for now, we move on to a triple threat steel cell match between Ume Miko, Heike Emoto, and Hinata Shiroki. How did we get here for the women's heavyweight belt, Xander? What should fans be looking for?
Ume has been a monster, absolutely unbeatable as of late. Okay, and when it came down to it tonight, she was given an option. Ume, who do you want to wrestle? How do you want to defend your belt? This is all up to you. Johnny, put the word out that you have been the strongest female performer in the promotion right now. You know, who, like, not trying to take away from Emily, but she's coming up later tonight. And Johnny says, Ume, you get whatever you want. And Ume says, listen, Heike and Hinata are 2 women I've been wrestling with for a while. And it's time that not only do I put them in their place as individuals, I put them in their place together. It's me against both of them. All right. And even though it shows all 3 wrestling, this is really a 1v2 at its core. This is Ume saying, Heike, Hinata, come on, come in the stell. Let me show you what I can do, and that you will have no escape, no way out. And when I'm done with you, you'll both be lying next to each other on the mat, covered in blood, and I'll be pointing at Asahi and showing her that she isn't capable of teaching you anything that will help you overcome me. Now, meanwhile, Heike, she's saying, listen, I'm a face of the company. I'm someone that not just deserves to be in this match, I deserve this damn belt. And I am going to do everything in my power to get it after losing the lightweight title and after consistently struggling against Emily, against Ume, against Kurosaru. I'm over all of it. And tonight, we're ending this, Ume, you and me, with me on top. Meanwhile, Hinata, of course, has been in all of these matches. Just came off a huge win in a top-tier match. And she's saying, you want to take both of us? That's fine. me and Heike get along pretty well. And at the end of the day, if it's one of us winning, I'm happy. If it's going to be Heike, I'll help her. And if Heike's looking like she's about to fall, I will step in and I'll rip that belt right off you, Ume.
Well, there you go. I think that Ume perhaps bitten off more than she can chew. Though she has won 4 matches in a row and has defended this belt for 3 months successfully. Walter, do you think that Ume has what it takes to defeat both of these wrestlers tonight, or do you think that there's a title change coming up?
I think Heike Emoto wins the belt.
Any particular reason why you think Heike's the one who's coming out with it?
Listen, the storytelling that Xander has given here is that Hinata is willing to help out here. Ume has been a great champion. I think she can take the hit, but still carry on into that face of the company status. It just feels right. It feels like the right time for Heike to win it.
Well, Xander, Walter has largely been glued in with you so far. Is he right? Is this a Heike Emoto championship victory?
Chase? You tell me.
That is what I have written down in my notes.
Then that's what's correct. I couldn't remember if it was Heike or Hinata. Forgive me.
It's a 6-star match.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
You love to see it. Clearly a big win for Heike. She's got to be elated. Ume still getting a little bit of a popularity bump. Hinata a slight decrease, but let's be real. None of that ultimately matters. It's a 6-star match. It's a hot match that boosted all of their overness. Not that all of them weren't already at 100%. It's just a nice steel cell match. No holy shit moment. You've only had 2 tonight.
I'm getting a little wrecked on the economy here tonight, but at the end of the day, everything else is getting pushed up. I don't know that we have enough stars to secure it yet. Hopefully Johnny can bring it home. Of course, because the goal was to win tonight. That being said, every other goal we've set out for has been accomplished tonight. You've seen all of the factions that wanted to get wins. They've gotten wins. There's a lot of belt changing hands. No penalties on that. The factions are closer in terms of popularity than ever. It's a big night so far. So, I'm happy that right now we're about to move on and wrap it up here with none other than Johnny Hangtime. And of course, yes, you just showed my steel cell leveling up to a gold star now. All of the casket leveling up to a gold, that leveling up to a gold, huge.
Yeah, there's a lot to like here, but no pay-per-view for Glory of Legends, especially one called Glory of Gold, is complete without the man of gold, Johnny Hangtime, defending in the main event against not just Eric Hangtime, who is above the gold, and a brother who would love to prove himself, but Alexis Kovac and Emily Everett. Xander, how did this match come together, and what can fans expect from this Fatal 4-Way Iron Man?
Listen, you got 4 people here who basically face of the company, okay? Alexis, obviously, just a little bit below that after taking 2 losses, okay?
After taking 7 losses.
Well, 7 losses, but bear in mind, he got pushed up with his last 2 losses ago. He got pushed into face of the company status, and the last 2 are the ones that knocked him down. But he's up there, he despite the losses, again, his matches have all featured Johnny Hangtime, Alex Jim, Phil Hangtime, Eric Hangtime, Emily Everett. Alexis hasn't been in a match where there isn't multiple faces of the company staring him down. So despite the losses, don't forget that he is still essentially the number 2 guy in For the People. The only person pushing him for that title right now is Azaki Cordova, and that's relatively recent, okay? Mm-hmm. Alexis, for the longest time, was the number 2 guy in For the People. He's still seen as the number 2 guy for the People. And, he wants a big win tonight. Upsetting Johnny Hangtime at what is ostensibly the pay-per-view named after Johnny Hangtime? Listen, guys, if Johnny Hangtime is Augustus Caesar, we're in the month of August, okay? That's how you should see what is going on tonight, all right? This is Johnny Hangtime's pay-per-view. He built this pay-per-view with his bare hands. And I don't mean his hands, I mean his bare hands, okay? He has massive bare hands, all right? And tonight, Johnny is feuding with his brother. He's feuding with Alexis. But the important thing that everyone's seeing here for the first time, After her 2 recent wins, Emily Everett has decided she knows what needs to happen here. All right. And she's, of course, following Alexis Kovac into this match. But her eyes aren't just set on Alexis. She says, Johnny, I'm not your friend tonight. You and I are no longer seeing completely eye to eye. And while I don't want your brother Eric to win, I don't want them to be the faction future. I hope you know, Johnny, there might be something between you and me that needs to get sorted. And it might start right now.
Well, if anyone is going to take out Johnny Hangtime, it would be the franchise. Walter, I turn to you. Of these 4 competitors, who's taken the belt tonight?
I mean, let me be honest. It's going to be Johnny Hangtime, right? I don't think that Xander is ready to move on from the Emperor. But I do think that he is laying the pathway for Emily Everett to eventually do it. It's just not happening tonight. Johnny Hangtime gets the win.
That all makes a lot of sense to me. Does that make sense to you here, Xander?
Listen, we don't need to pretend Johnny's getting the win, but it's important because not only nice. All right, 5 3/4. I don't know if that's going to be enough. If it was 6-star, I would have felt pretty confident. But let's be real. Emily Everett is more of a contender than Eric. Eric sees himself as the guy that will be able to come in and do these things, but it's not him. It's Emily. And tonight, Emily got her feud pushed with Alexis. She put For the People in their place and reminded everybody that she is that core member of Conquest or Death. Even though she took the belt off of Kurosawa earlier, she's still here for her faction. And that's going to matter because as this civil war gets brewing, everyone's going to have to choose sides. And now that Eric lost once again at his brother's pay-per-view, he is furious. And he is going to be reaching out and talking to everyone that him and Elliot supported last week on the weekly that all got their important wins during the special referee matches. And Johnny, his reign is finally threatened. The Civil War is here. It's happening. And of course, where else would it begin but at Johnny Hangtime's personal pay-per-view?
Absolutely. I mean, look, it is a 5 3/4 star match. It does get the feud between Emily Everett and Alexis Kovac going hot, so I'm sure we'll see more from both of them moving forward. But I am incredibly excited to see where Conquest or Death goes from here.
I'm assuming 5.5.
It is 5.5.
Eduardo beat me.
Stars.
Congrats, Eduardo.
That is huge because I think was Eduardo capable of beating me from a pure hype perspective? I think so. When you look at the way that you have maximized hype at plus 256, I have a feeling you're going to gain more fans tonight than anybody else regardless of the score because that's fucking absurd. But you know,
wait until next month. No, I'm just kidding.
Look, building hype is a skill set. You have built a lot of feuds here tonight that are potentially going to have big payoff moving forward. And I would not be surprised if at the next Gold pay-per-view your hype makes this hype, which is already crazy, look small by comparison. But we move on here. We have one card left, and before we get into it, we're going to take another quick break, y'all. We will be back in just a little bit to wrap up with Magically Enhanced Wrestling's Life or Death event. now. And welcome back, Internet. Very excited to be able to get into our last card of the night. It is my card for Magically Enhanced Wrestling. It is Life or Death. And I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if this card has what it takes to beat Eduardo. Even if the score is very good, I don't know if the hype is there, because there's a lot of feuds that are just kind of starting out. There was a huge reset after the last gold pay-per-view that was Bonds of Destiny. And this is really dealing with the aftermath of that and the way that the weekly shows have been built since then. But I think there's a lot of fun to be had. I think I have done what I can, given an injury perhaps that threw off some of the storylines that I had in mind. And we're going to see if I have what it takes to pull off the upset here. That sure is a busy poster for Life or Death, but you know what? It's a busy card. Every belt is on the line. There is a battle royale for the Oracle's Elixir contract. A lot to get into, so let's just jump right in to an 8-way street fight match.
Lucas Meltzer.
Well, okay, I like where your head's at, but let me just
That's my line.
So, I know.
So Lucas Meltzer is now the second in command of the Western Watch, and you're going to notice something. We've got 3 members of the Western Watch here: Miracle Oda, Evan Zane, Lucas Meltzer, all Western Watch people, all united by a singular concept, which is fuck the Southern Sentries. Mikey Dolan, Ezekiel Cross, Gerudo, and Riku Inoki. Gerudo and Ezekiel Cross, obviously members of the Hylian Cross tag team. Riku Inoki is one half of Savage Vengeance. And Mikey Dolan has just been a thorn in the side of quite a few people. He has been on the rise despite the losses recently. He has maintained his status as a main eventer and as an 18-year-old heel, someone to pay attention to. But the Southern Sentries have been causing problems. Victor Magnus calling out and attacking Fishbone backstage, the main event that we will get to later tonight. And, you know, the Western Watch feels the need to answer all of the attacks the Southern Sentries have had on them. And Shane Mack, who is a member of the Eastern Elite, feels like he needs to step up against the Southern Sentries. And show that, you know, just because Fishbone is fighting against Victor Magnus doesn't mean he can't do his part to try to turn the tides and get this match to the Eastern Elite's favor. Obviously, Lucas Meltzer as the second command here stands out, but Miracle Oda, a heroic mythical being, someone who is very loyal to the now deposed El Rey Loco, a win for him would mean a lot. Ezekiel Cross has climbed a little bit recently, and Gerudo got a win, but only with Ezekiel Cross's help. Does one of them finally win without the other giving them a boost? Is it Mikey Dolan's time to shine? Or Evan Zane, the king of party style, someone who benefited greatly from the Western Watch split after Prince Pretty Pink crowned himself as the faction leader? Is he the one who's going to bring party style back to the Magically Enhanced Wrestling circuit? I mean, Walter, you already said who you think's going to win. I'm assuming that prediction holds.
Yeah, I mean, it literally was just, I was taking the words out of Xander's mouth before he got to it. I would say if it's not going to be Lucas Meltzer, I would say Evan Zane is the other person that sticks out to me. But I'm going to steal Lucas Meltzer from Xander.
Xander, where do you think this match is going?
If it's not going to be Lucas Meltzer, shut your mouth, all right? And you just click it and you don't talk about it.
Okay. Well, I have good news for you. It is Lucas Meltzer. He's the
Damn
second
right
in command of his faction. Of course he's got to win. Against these guys? Yeah. If he's going to be second in command, he needs to win this match. And the game clearly agrees, because it's a 5.5-star match. It's a hot match that sends 2 different feuds hot. Evan Zane and Gerudo, and Ezekiel Cross and Lucas Meltzer, both of which I'm very happy to see, because while I can't have these factions feud with each other directly anymore, because I already had that happen that was paid off at Mana Unleashed back in March. I do have plenty of feuds between the Western Watch and the Southern Centuries that have yet to fully culminate. So I'm glad to see that there. I am glad Lucas Meltzer, he is done with Mikey Dolan. He's going to focus on Ezekiel Cross and on cementing himself as a force to be reckoned with to prove that the Western Watch are not down and out, that rumors of their demise have been greatly exaggerated. And, no holy shit moment, but I'm perfectly fine with that if it means a 5.5-star match and 2 new hot feuds. Go team on that. We now move on to a 10-way elimination match between a lot of different members of the women's division. Now, Mistress Jade, of course, is second in command for the Scourge of the Underdark, who have been going through a lot of changes recently. Those of you who have seen the weeklies know that Ariana Black basically used her platform as she was supposed to be smack talking against Duka Igarashi of the Sky Sentinels to say, hey, a lot of these Scourge members just aren't fucking cutting it. They're not doing what needs to be done to set us apart and to prove that we have what it takes to be the best women's faction. And so I'm putting out a challenge. I am saying that if you want to prove that you belong here, go out and win this week. And whatever 2 people end up getting the win, they're going to be the new tag team that we put forward to take down Flying High. Because I am damn tired of seeing the tag belt for the women's division only between 2 different tag teams within the Sky Sentinels. That is not acceptable. And clearly, Tijuana King and Alana Elise, who were fellow members of Rude Awakening, cannot be trusted to get it done because they have been in absolute disarray. But Mistress Jade, second in command, desperately wants to win here to remind everyone that the Scourge are strong and that all of these infighting, all of this is meant to make them stronger, make them better. But of course, Sumi Kabaya hasn't gotten a lot of wins, but she's an incredibly talented wrestler who at one point was considered to be second in command for the Sky Sentinels before Duka Igarashi just kept climbing up the card. Briar Allison, a very talented women's wrestler here. And who can forget Cyan Orion, who alongside Malachite Bronson was one of the first women to win that tag belt. Shooting Stars were the first belt holders for the Keepers of the Realm Championship. And with the just disarray that people like Skull Tabaka are in after a 7-loss streak, and after she basically proved that she was unable to keep up with the Emu Amikios of the world, this is the moment that perhaps someone can sneak a win, can upset the Scourge, and take advantage of the opportunity to secure a big win tonight. Xander, of these 10 women, who's standing out to you? Who do you think's getting the W?
School Tabaka.
You think Skull Tabaka finally getting a win?
I really want to see her get a win. I don't know if you're giving it to her. I'm not trying to make any predictions. I just would really like to see Skull get a win tonight. Plain and simple.
Would you like to try to make a prediction? Or are you just...
Mistress Jade wins again.
Okay. You think Mistress Jade wins again, but you want to see Skull Tabaka. Now, typically, I would throw this over to Walter. However, his computer is being weird. And
you don't need to cover for him. He's still crying because of how beautiful my card was, and he's thinking about how many fans he's going to lose tonight, being that, even if he ends up with tied for me for second, you end up in the lowest. My hype crushed his, and it's understandable that he needs to take that time and really think about that, and just really process it.
It's certainly something that he has proven to care about, and definitely didn't get mad when I even implied that he might. So for sure, definitely something to keep in mind. Part of me wants to wait to resolve this match until he gets back. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler here, Xander. The Scourge of the Underdark are not winning this match. They are in such disarray from the chaos that Ariana Black has caused with all of this infighting. Skull Tabaka does not believe she's going to be in this faction for very much longer. So she's not helping out someone like Mistress Jade. Tijuana King also doesn't think she's very long for this faction. And Alana Elise has been feuding with Denise Weston. Denise has been basically begging Alana, get out of there. This faction is a mess. And we know that Ariana Black does not care about a face like you sticking around in the Scourge. So, Walter, now that you're back, I've just given Xander a minor hint here that I will afford to you. The winner of this match, this 10-woman match, will not be a member of the Scourge of the Underdark, who are torn by infighting and incapable of coming together to put out a cohesive effort. So who do you think I give the win to?
First glance, it looks like Mistress Jade would be my choice. But I'm actually going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say Tijuana King.
Okay. So that is the exact thing that I said wasn't happening, because both of them are members of the Scourge of the Underdark. But you know what? You weren't here. I understand your computer was being a little silly. So I'm just going to tell you, the answer is Cyan Orion, actually. An elimination match like this is a great way for a talent like Cyan Orion to sneak out a victory. And sure, Mrs. Shade is taking a bit of an L for that loss. But it's going to get the feud between Alana Elise and Tijuana King hot. It's a big win for Cyan Orion, who is a member of the Shooting Stars. And let's face it, Rude Awakening are not going to be here for much longer, because once Alana Elise and Tijuana King's feud blows off, that tag team, much like we saw with the Gastons earlier, is being discarded. So I needed to wrap up any feud that Tags had with Rude Awakening, and Cyan Orion was the one who was able to step up, slap the taste out of Wendy Blank's mouth, get the 30 creativity points, and sure, I'm a little bummed that Mistress J drops to a whole 97 overness, and sure, I don't love that Skull Tabaka is 0-8 in her last 8 matches, but the gears are in motion. The Scourge of the Underdark, as a result of Ariana Black pushing them, constantly forcing them to fight each other so that only the best can make it out. It seems like perhaps she pushed some people too far. And we'll see the results of that sooner rather than later. But here's the thing. Ariana Black's demands that everyone who wants to be a part of the Scourge of the Underdark needs to prove themselves has not fallen on deaf ears. And you haven't seen on any of the weeklies what Overflow, the other tag team, Hana Rukawa and Kai Hong Ki, has been up to. They know they need to go big, and they know they have yet to secure a win as a tag team. So Kai Hong Ki, she is getting in the ring and she's saying, I'm not leaving here until I prove myself. And dozens of people immediately swarm to her. She is trying to show everyone that she has what it takes to demand respect, to prove that she is not a joke. She is not a write-off. She is a valuable member of the Scourge. And look at all these people I can summon to dedicate to you, Ariana Black. Remember me. And of course, look, I'm trying to put on a fucking show. I can't handle this many people trying to get in the way of a great match. So, yes, Kai Hong Ki is now over with the fans. It's a big overness boost for her. It's a big popularity boost for her. I believe it gets her to the upper mid card. But you know what? I gotta suspend her for at least a month because she interrupted this great show. And Life or Death, I appreciate the energy that she's bringing to the table, but I need to keep the show going. And her need to prove herself to Ariana Black is not really my problem. Any thoughts on this segment before I move forward?
Definitely interesting. Definitely, I'm curious what her demands are.
I mean, her demands are for Ariana Black to recognize her, to take her seriously, to know that the Scourge of the Underdark is powerful if she just gets a chance.
Gotcha.
Yeah. We'll see if she's able to pull that off. But Hanarakawa, we cut backstage, and it seems like, Hanarakawa. I think I miswrote who was who. Hanarakawa watching backstage, thinking to herself, "Well, I can't be outdone. I wonder what she's up to later tonight." But for now, we move on. Flying High, the tag representatives, the keeper of the Sky Sentinels, the Keeper of the Realm champions, as they have been now for 2 consecutive months, finally bringing stability to a tag belt that had been going back and forth among a bunch of different tag teams, lowering the prestige substantially, are going up against the new tag team that was formed as a result of those Scourge of the Underdark one-on-ones. It was meant to be Emu Amikio and Viuda Negra. Viuda Negra, who of course earned the ability to choose her opponent and beat Tijuana King, but unfortunately fractured, I think it was a herniated disc that is going to take her out for 6 to 12 months, which means she's not able to fulfill that role. And Ariana Black, it's like, Vita did so much for me. I would not have my belt right now if she didn't take the hit from Duka Igarashi, and I wanted to reward that loyalty. It is a shame, a tragedy that she is injured. But the show goes on. I still need a tag belt. And Kagetsu, after taking 10 solos losses in a row, turned to the occult, turned to some darker magics and said, "Give me the power I need to be the wrestler that will take the Scourge of the Underdark to the next level." And alongside Emu Amikio, she now stands as a member of Light and Shadow, a new tag team that is meant to be this super team, right? These 2 single stars, beloved in their own right, taking on Flying High, who are hoping that their experience as a tag team is enough to carry the day. Walter, I'll start with you. Who do you think I gave the belt to in this unsanctioned match?
I think you're giving the belt to the Scourge of the Underdark here, so I guess it's Light and Shadow.
What do you think, Xander?
I also think it's Light and Shadow. I love the name.
I'm glad you enjoy it. Look, I was looking at their costume. I wanted to do something shadowy, but then I looked at Emu's outfit. I'm like, I don't think I can justify that as Shadow. But here's the thing, y'all. I do want the Scourge of the Underdark to get this title at some point. But they haven't competed as a tag yet. They're not beating the tag champions without any experience in the tag division. What? That would be crazy. They have to learn how to work together as a team. Right now, they're 2 incredibly talented individuals. The synergy wasn't there. And that's why Flying High secured the win. But this is not the end of Light and Shadow. And it will not take them long to figure out what it takes to be an actual team and secure the title. Walter, you seem confused.
Okay. I trust you. That it's your philosophy. That is okay.
I would think that you would be one of the few people to say yes. A tried and true tag team that has won 4 matches in a row with a belt should beat 2 people who have never wrestled together in a match. I'm surprised.
Yeah, but you're building this entire thing about the Scourge of the Underdark. Is building themselves up to be the best, right? And Emu is the one really pushing this. You have this other member that has gone into the dark arts to do it. That just is. A babyface has had the belt for 4 months. That's a long enough time. Babyfaces don't need
for the record. 2 months.
2 months. That's a long enough time. Babyfaces should not be holding belts for a long period of time. This is not the 1940s. It's boring when babyfaces hold the belt for a long time.
This is not the 1940s. I love it. That's
at the risk of giving a spoiler alert, Walter. It's almost like all of Ariana Black's plans are falling apart on her right before her very eyes. It's almost like everything she has tried to build is going poorly. And everyone trying to prove themselves is falling apart. I don't know.
Fair enough.
I feel like that might be a trend.
Fair enough.
But We move on to an Oracle's Elixir contract battle royale. Those of you who watched the last pay-per-view know that Arsenico had a divine intervention match, a match he created against Adrian Lorenzo. He said, look, Adrian, you should join Independence. I can provide for you, and I'm going to prove that I am chosen to be the next great leader, the next great champion of Magically Enhanced Wrestling by winning this match. And he did. And he didn't need a title shot. A guaranteed title shot is a great thing for a wrestler to have, but he already has a feud with Fishbone. In his first month, he found his way into a Sorcerer Supreme match. It was to prove that he is chosen, that he is divinely ordered to be this great leader. And sure, the line here might say cult leader, and there might be some connotations to that, but Arsenico is not... Look, he's still a face, he's for sure. It's great. And he believes that he is chosen to be that next great wrestler. But it's not enough for him to prove against one person. He came to me and he said, I need to prove it against everybody. I want all of our best wrestlers, anyone who does not have a match later tonight, throw them in the ring with me. Let me prove that I have a higher power looking out for me, and that those who turn to Independence, those who are willing to come into my flock and join me, will be able to achieve anything that they could hope for. And that's certainly something that Technoboy, just joined the company, wasn't able to beat Derek Nash, who was just feuding with Fishbone for a title, but is certainly a great competitor and currently factionless. That's a message that's clearly designed for a guy like him. It's clearly designed for a guy like Derek Nash, who right now is second fiddle to La Bestia del Inferno in the Hellfire Club, despite being a 4-4 heel who was just feuding for the main belt. Monty Hendricks, a gift from God, who came just short of taking down Ashton Nieves, but has been able to use that for some victories since. Alpha Jackson, the second in command of the Southern Sentries, but more popular than their current faction leader, and someone who believes that he is the peak of masculinity, maybe the kind of leader that the faction should turn to in the long run. And there's plenty of others here. Ryu Otake, both members of Highway Robbery, who finally took a loss, a big loss to the Magic Missiles on the last weekly, but certainly want to prove themselves here. Eli Chaos, the second in command for the Eastern Elite. And I'm going to throw out Joey Smoking Gun Ace because I know y'all love him very much and would love to see him get a nod tonight. With all that said, Xander, who do you think I gave the win to tonight?
I think that it can go to none other than Arsenico. It has to go to Arsenico.
Do you agree?
Give it to Arsenico. I should give it to Arsenico.
It's probably Arsenico. However, I could see a storyline where Arsenico doesn't need the guaranteed contract, right? And he is trying to convince a certain someone to join him. So perhaps he lays down and gives the guaranteed title shot to one Adrian Lorenzo.
It's a very interesting concept. I thought about that one. I also thought about giving it to Techno Boy. But it is
No Boy
at the end of the day.
Yeah, it has to be. If it was Techno Boy without Arsenico in there, I'm giving it Techno Boy 10 out of 10 times.
Arsenico needs to reaffirm his divine energy here, especially because he hasn't wrestled on any of the weeklies. So he really needed to get another win under his belt before he lays down for somebody else. It's a 5 3/4 star match, which is the highest battle royale I've had in a while. He is on his way to becoming a face of the company. So is Derek Nash, who thankfully did not take any negative in that one. The contract is getting a bunch of experience, which I don't really worry about the prestige of a contract, but I'm happy to have it all the same. And Battle Royales, I am 3 experience away from having that be a gold star gimmick. So I don't know. I don't like doing battle royales on weeklies for reasons that I'm sure Walter can resonate with. But I also kind of like the idea of it being gold. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether my narrative or my game instincts kick in here. But for now, we move on. Larger Than Life versus Liquid Steel. Of course, these were faction mates at one point, right? These were both trios within the Eastern Elite. But the idea of Liquid Steel was always 2 members of Eastern Elite, 1 member of Western Watch. This is an alliance that was formed between these 2 face factions to fight off whatever dark forces from the heel factions of the Southern Sentries and the Northern Nightmare would come to challenge for the belt. But Jay Xavier left the Western Watch when Prince Pretty Pink usurped El Rey Loco for the throne. And at that point, it's just 2 trios in the Eastern Elite. And Larger Than Life, frankly, felt a little betrayed. Felt like the faction was not willing to prioritize them. That they were going to be lost in the shuffle, and that they would not be capable of achieving their potential if they did not find someone else willing to back them. So, after Ali Noble changed his gimmick to a calculating opportunist, Larger Than Life joined Independence, which was finally enough for them to secure a victory at Bonds of Destiny. Is that enough to secure a win tonight in the trio elimination match for the Justice Joust Championship here, Walter? Or does Liquid Steel get back their title?
No, I think Larger Than Life hangs on to it. Like you said, they won it relatively. I think they won it just at the last pay-per-view, if I remember correctly. And I don't like hot-shotting belts, especially even lower tier belts. So keep it on Larger Than Life, build to a new story. This probably is the end of a feud, or maybe 1 or 2 more matches, but keep it on the current champions, Larger Than Life.
Do you agree with that, Xander?
You know, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking long and hard. Mm-hmm. And of course I agree. Keep it on Larger Than Life. Why would you give it to Liquid Steel right now? Larger Than Life.
Yeah, it's for sure Larger Than Life. But it's a 6-star match. God damn. I love what this friendly contest has done, because I had no faith in this feud when I started it. You literally look at my narrative notes and it's like, well, if it's good, I guess I'll do some stuff with it. But otherwise, I had a backup plan. Apparently didn't need a backup plan, because these guys keep giving me hot matches. It's a nice boost there, a nice hype bonus. No holy shit moment like Xander. I'm a little bit dry on the holy shit moments, but it's a very nice boost for the Jester's Joust Championship. We're 1 good defense away from giving that the boost it needs to become a silver prestige belt, which would be nice to have. But right now, Independence feeling damn good. Arsenico got his win. Larger Than Life got their win, and now they're all able to celebrate together. And out of the corner of the camera, you can see Techno Boy looking on and pondering whether this is the faction that he should be turning to. But for now, we move on to the Flame Warlock Championship. It is an unsanctioned match between El Muerte Blanco and Prince Pretty Pink. Prince Pretty Pink had this belt. He claimed it, and he said, this is proof that I am what the Western Watch needs right now. El Rey Loco was a fine leader, but let's face it, he was a mad king. He was unpredictable. And without him here, and who knows when he gets back from his injury, the Western Watch need a leader. And much like what Ariana Black and the Scourge of the Underdark are experiencing tonight, that didn't go well for the Western Watch. They lost numerous members, and ultimately the disarray that they were in at Bonds of Destiny led to a couple different belts going the other way. And Prince Pretty Pink was the biggest loser, and oh boy, does he look just a little bit lost as he makes his way back to the ring. You know, he's certainly happy with Lucas Meltzer getting a win earlier tonight. That has to feel good. But El Muerte Blanco, at this point, it's like the boogeyman. This is the White Death, the one who destroyed what he built. And El Muerte Blanco made it very clear to me. He's like, look, I beat Prince Pretty Pink. I earned the title. It's mine. I don't want to fight this guy anymore. I don't need to like defend myself against him. I've got other people that are more worthy of my time. And I said, hey, slow down a notch. He beat you multiple matches before this. You should be able to beat him another time if this title is truly yours. And El Muerte Blanco says, fine, but take the cuffs off. Let me go as hard as I need to go to show Prince Pretty Pink that his Western Watch are nothing compared to my Northern Nightmare. And I said, are you just trying to prove yourself in front of the Hellfire Club? And he said, I have no idea what you're talking about. So, we will see if El Muerte Blanco can get the win tonight, or if Prince Pretty Pink retakes his title. Xander, who do you think I gave it to?
It's going to El Muerte Blanco, right? Like, I love Prince Pretty Pink. You know I'm rooting for him, but it's going to El Muerte Blanco. Just really hope he doesn't break a leg.
Yeah, that would. I mean, look. Honestly, if El Muerte Blanco gets injured, at least it would be someone who, like, I earned it by having his fatigue so high before this match. Because everyone else who I've gotten injured has been like 0 or 1% fatigue. Walter, who do you think I gave the win to?
You know, it is funny you point out the fatigue, because I would say it's a no doubter it would go to El Muerte Blanco. But Prince Pretty Pink just lost the belt. I don't like hot-shotting belts. Keep it on El Muerte Blanco.
Yeah, El Muerte Blanco retains. It's a 5 3/4 star match. It is a blow-off. El Muerte Blanco is done fighting up against Prince Pretty Pink. It didn't go hot as a feud, so I feel good about blowing that one off here. It is a 5 1/4 star blow-off. Again, no holy shit moment. And I spent pretty deep into my pockets, so I'm not loving that. But I am loving the boost for the Flame Warlock Championship. And, you know, sure, Prince Pretty Pink took the loss, but Lucas Meltzer immediately came out to reassure his faction leader, to reaffirm that he's got his back, that there are bright things ahead of Prince Pretty Pink's future. His story does not end here. And El Muerte Blanco, he doesn't need anybody else. He never felt like he needed anybody else. And he's certainly not going to let anyone get in the way of his celebration tonight. But I mentioned earlier that Hanarukawa was backstage watching the ring invasion that Kai Han Ki put together. And she also realizes that if she's going to reaffirm her place in the Scourge of the Underdark, she has to go big. She has to make the biggest move that she can in order to prove herself to Ariana. And honestly, it'd be a little bit more cool if you hadn't just done this, Xander, but I did use the stunt dive as well. It is a huge overness hit for Hanarukawa, who is now also over. Both of them getting over with the crowd is big. Of course, she is going to be out for a little bit. She's not available for some time. We will see how long that sometime is. But, and I'm just going to go to the next match here because I think it all ties in. Ariana Black is being forced to reckon with the consequences of her actions. She started this month by saying, I need to get my faction in line. I need to do everything I can to make the Scourge of the Underdark as strong as possible. And as Duca called out in a trash talk segment earlier this week, or I should say on the Go Home Weekly, where has that gotten Ariana? Viuda Negra, the person who was the most loyal to her, who saved her title against Duca Igarashi last week, injured for 6 to 12 months. Who knows when she'll be back? You've got multiple members like Skull Tabaka and Tijuana King who are now all fighting each other, undermining what Mistress Jade is capable of to try to prove themselves in what has become an absolute mess and led to Cyan Orion taking a win. And yes, she threw a tag together, a tag in Light and Shadow who has a great deal of potential, but she didn't take any time to train them on how to fight together. She was so busy saying they needed to prove themselves as individuals, She never bothered to give them a tag match so that they could prove it as a team. And that messiness is everything that Duka Igarashi wants to take advantage of tonight, because she is the serious one. She has been the second in command for the Sky Sentinels for a little bit now, and her mind is fully focused on just securing this title, on giving the Sky Sentinels what they need, and proving that just because Lorena Lucier is currently feuding with Tilly Cooper, who is the one heel member of the Sky Sentinels, does not mean that the Sky Sentinels are in disarray. Compared to the Scourge, things are going smoothly for the Sky Sentinels, and she's hoping to prove it tonight. Walter, who do you think I gave the win to?
I know you're setting me up here, right? I know there's a setup here about everything's going wrong for the Scourge of the Underdark, and that means that Ariana Black should lose. Mm-hmm. She should absolutely lose. That's what everything you're telling me is.
Uh-huh.
But has Duka, has she wrestled Ariana Black enough to prove that she's the babyface to conquer the monster?
That's the question.
That's a great. That's a great question.
You know what? I'm going for the bait. I'm gonna take the bait here. We have a title change. Duka Igarashi wins, and Ariana Black has to go back to the rest of the Scourge of the Underdark arc. All of them have failed, and they have to ponder: do they need to stay together as a faction?
I'm going with the same thing here, just for the record. I'm falling for the bait as well.
Look, guys, sometimes the logical answer is the right answer. Duka's winning this match. Ariana, honestly, I was planning on taking it off of Ariana at Bonds of Destiny, but then she gave me a mission like, can I not lose clean for a month? And I'm like, fuck it, fine. But Duka has been working for this, right? She was a member of the Chosen Ones. They were trio champions for multiple months. So her record does not reflect her standing in this company as a whole. And she would have won last month if it was not for Viuda Negra. And if it wasn't for Ariana Black's own actions, Viuda Negra would have been there to interfere. But Ariana forced Viuda Negra to fight one of her own faction members, and now Viuda's gone. And Ariana has no choice but to try to pick up the pieces, to go back to a locker room that she has thrown into disarray and build something back. And we'll see how well she's able to manage that. It's a 4.5-star match. It's a big win for... it is a blow-off, by the way. It's a 5-star blow-off here. And Duka on her way to being a face of the company. And after hitting Ariana Black with 3 consecutive finishers, it is 30 creativity points. And we will have to see what this means for the Scourge. I mean, we're going to scroll down here. They got
it means get wrecked, Scourge of the Under. Lame. I'm sorry, I don't know, that was bad. But, okay.
I mean, they're benefiting from the fact that I did 2 stunt segments to give 2 members over the edge. But, like, even that, right? Overflow's in a much better place than they were heading into the show. They're also gone for a couple months. So even that success, Ariana has to look back and say, damn, maybe I should have been more clear that I didn't want them to do something that would get them kicked out for a month or get them injured for a couple months. We'll see what Ariana does with this, but this is definitely the low point for the Scourge, and we will see if they are able to rise to the occasion by the time the Crown of Madness kicks off in a couple months. But we move on to the King of the Thunderdome Championship. Ashen Nieves, the second in command for the Northern Nightmare, the Buzzsaw, who has held the King of the Thunderdome Championship since Firestorm back in February. La Bestia del Infierno was furious that just because he had lost the Flame Warlock Championship to Prince Pretty Pink, he lost his second-in-command status of the Northern Nightmare without even being told by El Muerte Blanco. He feels like Ashen Nieves has taken something from him. And as a result, La Bestia del Infierno has started a civil war. He took several members of this of the Northern Nightmare split off to form the Hellfire Club, of which Derek Nash is a very core member, as are the Hall of Ashes that we're going to see in just a little bit. And he has said, I have one goal, and it's to take you out, Ashton. It's to show you you're not better than me. Just because you have a belt now doesn't mean you're going to have it forever. And the moment that you fall, El Muerte Blanco is going to abandon you just like he did me. And I'm going to be the one to make it happen.
You think you're better than me?
Yeah, that's La Bestia del Infierno right now. He is hot-headed, he is furious. And Ashton Nieves, he's cool as a cucumber. Because sure, this is the Hell Beast, and the Hell Beast is just 1 month away from being a face of the company. But Ashton is the buzzsaw. He has torn through Monty Hendricks. He has torn through Gavin Smith. And in this Steel Cell match, if you can't keep your head on straight, if you can't keep your eye on the prize, a guy like Ashton, who is well familiar with the Steel Cell, can really take advantage. So I turn to you, Walter. Who do you think I gave the win to tonight?
I think this is finally the time you put a belt on La Bestia del Inferno, especially if I remember correctly, with him separating off onto his own faction. Nieves has had the belt for quite a while, and it might be time for him to kind of, do something else. But yeah, put the belt on La Bestia del Inferno.
Do you agree with that, Xander?
I do. I think Walter and I are seeing stuff the same right now, and I think it's time.
I hear what you're saying.
Boo.
My answer's not yet. Because here's the thing. La Bestia, he's so furious. He's so angry and so hungry for revenge that he's sloppy. He's careless. This is raw anger, making it very difficult to handle a guy like Ashton Nieves, who is cool, calm, collected, and understands the strategy of a match like this. If La Bestia del Infierno is going to take this title, he has to learn to be more than just a caged animal, hungry to hurt. He has to learn what it takes to take down a guy as good as Ashton. And he hasn't quite gotten there yet. But you're not wrong in where the story is going. I'm just saying not yet. It's a 5 1/4 star match, which I will take. And most importantly, it gets the feud hot for the civil war between the Northern Nightmare and the Hellfire Club. And I may or may not be building things up to a peak pitch for the next gold pay-per-view Crown of Madness. That may be where some of this pacing comes in. I can neither confirm nor deny. But what I can confirm is that despite the loss, La Bestia del Infierno is a face of the company. The fans love him. The fans are entranced. Becoming a face of the company gave a huge boost to the Hellfire Club. And the King of the Thunderdome Championship continues to benefit from the long reign that Ashton Nieves is bringing to the table. But we move on.
You're damn right we move on.
Oh, man. 3 matches left. It's a triple threat tag elimination match for the Defenders of the Realm Championship. I mentioned the Hall of Ashes earlier. They are the tag duo that La Bestia del Infierno took with him in order to really make the Hellfire Club as strong as it could be. Between Jackson Hall and Asher Collins, 2 great workers who had done some good work as part of the Hall of Pain in the Trios division. But they were betrayed by River Dannenberg, someone who sold himself. He hated his brother. He hates the Southern Sentries. He's here to help the Northern Nightmare be everything they could be. And it turns out he was a goddamn traitor. He was a spy in their midst, betrayed them, immediately joined his brother to form the tag team Judgment Day, left the Hall of Pain in disarray, and they have picked up the remnants to form the Hall of Ashes. That wound is still quite bitter to the Hall of Ashes. And you see not only singles feuds, but with each member against River Dannenberg, but also a prove yourself feud. The Hall of Ashes fucking hate River Dannenberg. And Bryce is not cool either, but this is really them getting revenge for a guy they thought was a brother. The Magic Missiles, meanwhile, they have conquered Highway Robbery. They won that match in the Go Home Weekly to say we're not hung up on getting injured by Highway Robbery anymore. We're moving on to bigger and better things. We're ready to prove ourselves to become faces of the company as a tag team, because Yellow Arrow and Red Arrow have been basically unstoppable since they came back 3 months ago. They took one small hit against the Highway Robbery and have won ever since. So both Judgment Day and the Hall of Ashes have tried to take them down, want to prove that they are the superior tag team. But the Magic Missiles, as part of the Western Watch, have held strong for now. Walter, does that change tonight, or do the Magic Missiles retain?
I don't think it's the right time to take the belt off Magic Missiles. I like them. I like the arrows. But if it was going to be the time to put it on the Dannenbergs and put it on Judgment Day, it probably would be this pay-per-view. I don't think it would be the next pay-per-view. But you have already done some belt changes. No, you know what? Change my mind. Judgment Day. Give it to Judgment Day. Fuck it.
A nod to Judgment Day. Xander, who do you think's winning this one?
Joke's on you. It's going to Hall of Ashes.
Interesting.
You don't need narrative build. You just give it to Hall of Ashes.
Here's the thing.
Like there's some narrative build, but you know.
Yeah. The narrative build here, unfortunately, works against both Hall of Ashes and Judgment Day. Because here's the thing. The Hall of Ashes are in a position to defeat the Magic Missiles for the first time in quite a while. The Magic Missiles look quite vulnerable in this match. But before they can eliminate the Magic Missiles entirely, the Hall of Ashes turn their attention to River Dannenberg. Ignore what it says here. That doesn't matter. In the actual context of this narrative, the Hall of Ashes turn onto River, and because they're so focused on getting revenge, on proving that they are stronger than this man who betrayed them and betrayed everything that they believed in, the Magic Missiles are able to recover. Yellow Arrow holds on and is able to secure a win. But the Magic Missiles, they look shook. They should have lost this match. And the Hall of Ashes look damn strong. If they weren't distracted by needing to take out River Dannenberg, they are the belt holders tonight. You were very close, Xander. But what happens when it's the Magic Missiles versus the Hall of Ashes and Judgment Day aren't there anymore to distract them? That's a question that's going to keep the Magic Missiles up at night for a little bit here. But as it stands, Red Arrow and Yellow Arrow both on their way to becoming a face of the company. And that is one of the big goals I had for tonight, is getting all of these people. We have 6 different people on their way to becoming face of the company right now. Will they all make it to the end of that journey? Probably not. But the feud has just begun between the Magic Missiles and Hall of Ashes. And you should keep that thought in the back of your head there, Xander. Just tuck that little narrative.
Nope. I refuse to tuck it in the back of my head, and I'm mad that you even suggested I should keep something back there. Nothing belongs back there other than League of Legends. And that being said, all right, you not giving the people I wanted to win the win upsets me immeasurably. My evening is ruined.
Oh, wow.
And the last 4+ hours that we've spent together have been a complete waste of time because of that one match.
Really? I thought it would be because you only got 5.5 stars, but I guess that's fair.
That has nothing to do with it. And it doesn't need to be referenced or mentioned.
Fair enough.
And if I didn't want to see the end of your card, I would be saying goodnight right now.
Well, we do have
What about 2XKO? That is technically League of Legends. Is that in the back of your mind?
Stop it. Stop it.
Well, now we
Never.
have...
Yes, but stop it.
Never.
Also, I just realized my height might be higher than yours, Xander. Is that possible?
Sure, it's sure looking that way.
I didn't think that. Okay, well, I'm not angry at it. I'm not mad at it. I don't get it. I don't understand how hype works. I'm gonna be honest with everyone. I don't understand how hype works.
I had 286, right? Or did I have 236?
I thought you had 236, but you may have gotten to 286 by the end. I may still lose to you in hype. I don't know. Moral of the story is we've got 2 matches left, and this is a true leader feud for the Sorcerer Supreme Championship between Lorena Lucier and Tilly Cooper. And here's the thing: Tilly Cooper is the one heel in the Sky Sentinels, an authoritarian who says, you know what, Lorena? You need to be more like Ariana Black. Sure, it doesn't look like things have gone well tonight, but they're taking a short-term hit for long-term gains because if you let people just do whatever they want to do, they're never going to achieve their potential. You need a leader who is willing to do what needs to be done. And I'm going to prove it to you in an Iron Man match because I can do what needs to be done. And Lorena Lucier's like, look, I don't know how to make it more clear than what you've just seen tonight. Ariana Black and the Scourge of the Underdark are a mess because they are constantly trying to prove themselves to each other rather than keeping their eye on the prize. And you are lost, Tilly Cooper. You are so hungry for your own power to prove yourself above everything else that you're missing the bigger picture, that you're missing the other ways that a leader can bring out the best in their faction. And that's why I can't let you take over the Sky Sentinels. The Sky Sentinels need to be protected from you. That's the match on hand tonight. Walter, who do you think I give the nod to?
See, I don't think you're going to be doing multiple... I don't think you're going to be doing multiple faction-like things. But I also could see you having Tilly win this. And then... No, Lorena Lucier is going to win this, and Ariana Black is going to be her next challenger as she tries to keep the Scourge of the Underdark together. Tilly Cooper loses, and maybe she turns to the Scourge of the Underdark and helps Ariana Black win the title or something. But Lorena wins tonight.
He said.
Oh, okay. Well, I was about to say before I respond to that, what do you think, Xander? But you did just agree.
What he said.
And I got to be honest, Walter. Did you read my notes? Did
you read my notes?
You may have incredibly accurately predicted the next 3 to 6 months of my women's division. that may be pretty much exactly what I have in mind.
See, Chase, sometimes the obvious stories are the best stories.
Yeah. Absolutely. Lorena retains tonight. Tilly Cooper may need to talk to Ariana Black to figure out what it takes to beat Lorena. That may be indeed where things are going. It is a 5.5-star match. Tilly takes a little bit of an overness hit. Nothing she can't handle. She needs to get some more wins to be closer to Lorena Lucier if that was to be a play. We will see what happens. There's going to be a lot of shakeups in the Scourge of the Underdark as a result of what has gone down recently. And we will have to wait till the weeklies to see what the fallout ultimately looks like. But for now, no holy shit moment. Okay, that's fine. I guess I only need the 2. And yeah, Sorcerer Supreme at least gets some experience, which is better than no experience. Yeah, I'll take 5.5 stars. I'm not going to be mad at it. We close, though, with the Sorcerer Supreme Championship. And you might be wondering, if you haven't watched the weeklies, Chase, why is Victor Magnus here? Well, it's because Victor Magnus is very hungry to prove himself to the Southern Sentries. He's heard the rumblings. You know, why isn't Alpha Jackson our leader, right? He's the peak of masculinity. He's higher on the card than you at this point. He's won more impactful matches. Like, sure, your record might look better on paper, but when it comes to beating opponents that really matter, Victor's wins have been against maybe a lower tier of competition. And so Victor needs to prove himself. And he went backstage and he moved past all of the people that he's been feuding with. And he cold-cocked Fishbone. And that attack has led to the feud that we now see in front of us today. Victor called out Fishbone and said, look, the Eastern Elite, you let that trio walk away. You haven't been able to command the respect that I am capable of commanding. And Fishbone, he just looks eager for a good goddamn fight. He's held the belt for 4 months now. He was able to successfully put down Derek Nash, who is now a member of the Hellfire Club, previously a member of the Northern Nightmare. And the idea that he's going to let a guy like Victor Magnus take over, let the Southern Sentries, who have basically been glorified mercenaries, take over, that's not something he's able to accept. So, the question becomes, who did I give the win to tonight? Does the backbreaker break Victor Magnus's back? Or do the Southern Sentries, despite some of their losses earlier in the card, finally get a push with Victor Magnus taking the title? I'll start with you, Xander.
Victor gets the win. Victor gets the win. Fishbone gets upset. It's huge, but it's going to be Victor.
Do you agree with that, Walter?
No, I don't. I think Fishbone keeps it. I think it makes no sense to take the belt off the champion now when it's clear you're building a much longer story for Arsenico. So no, it makes no sense to take the belt off Fishbone. Leave it on him.
Are you saying that the fact that I've built Arsenico to start becoming a face of the company and he has a feud against Fishbone that I'm waiting to cash in at an opportune time means that perhaps I have plans for Arsenico to take the title? Yeah, of course it's fucking Fishbone. What has Victor Magnus done to deserve the title? He's fine. He's
Victor.
Oh man, 4 3/4 stars is a fucking problem for a TLC match too. That's not what I was hoping to see. It was a hot match.
Should have done better.
The TLC match was increased. It was a holy shit moment.
Should have done more. Skill issue.
TLC's leveled up.
Skill issue. Get good. 360 no scope.
Wow.
Check me, Bell. That sucks though. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying I feel like the game's giving me mixed messages. So like, look, we loved the match. It was hot. The fans were in. The feud is going great. 4 3/4 stars.
Yeah, yeah.
Holy shit moment, by the way. Fans were so in.
Hey, don't worry, because the ref is the one who determines that. So, oh my God, and Eduardo
it's
securely
a 4.5 star. Yeah.
What was your ending hype? What was your ending hype?
My ending hype was 267. So we'll have to compare and see how that ultimately ends up. But the moral of the story is here, Eduardo, he had no faith that his card would hold up, but we told him 5.75.
That's a winning card.
That's a winning fucking card.
3 for 3. It's a winning card.
Eduardo goddamn earned it.
Yep.
I did end. Okay, well, hype is dumb.
This is stupid.
This is so stupid.
This is stupid.
Look, I understand that hype is a skill set. And, like, I don't want to say, like, we shouldn't be trying to maximize hype. I wasn't even trying to min-max with a lot of this, but apparently I fucking did. Glory of Gold also gets there. And Eduardo, despite winning the fucking week with the highest rated card, is losing 17,000 fans?
Stupid.
I don't understand this game.
Stupid.
I like this game.
Imbalance.
Hype.
Not working.
Hype.
Dumb.
Hype.
All of these alerts are for me too.
Hype.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. I don't know how to process this one. I gotta be honest with you. I think if you were to go back and rescore the cards, I may have had the lowest score of the night. Because my 4.75 was the thing that was doubled and it's guaranteed. I don't deserve this. I don't feel good about it.
Hype.
I'm glad that our score system focuses on score first.
This is why we did this, though. Like, very honestly, this is why we did this.
Yeah, because Eduardo won the week, and he deserved to win the week, and it's fucking insane. I don't understand how hype works. I can't wait until the developer gets back to us, because I don't get it. I don't get how we got here. I really don't.
It's a lot of factors is just the answer. It's not,
But somehow, have the best card of the night isn't a big enough factor to prevent him from losing 17,000 fans.
His hype wasn't high enough. Hype is a bigger determining factor for fans specifically.
Oh, I know that it comes down to hype. I don't know. That card seemed pretty hyped to me. Had a lot of great matches. Had a lot of fans buzzing.
Well, match score and hype are two different things, though. Two different factors. And for fans specifically, hype is a bigger factor.
I understand what you're saying. For the record, I'm not disagreeing that that's how the mechanic works.
Gotcha.
I'm saying I'm not sure I agree that the mechanic should work this way. Because I feel like in real life, if someone had a card that was that damn good and clearly above everybody else, I feel like wrestling fans would be hype about that.
I don't know. I think that the average fan may or may not like the hype moments, even if the overall card isn't as good. If you have a couple of very hype moments and you compare them side by side, they might take that one over. Again, average fan, not the Walters of the world that are pretty, on their stuff.
We'll have to see how far down Eduardo's hype was.
We can talk about football games the same way, you know what I mean? Like, we can talk about so many different sporting events, and you and I both know that when you go down that line, I think that...
I don't know. I feel like the championship is what's... It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the game works the way it does. Congratulations, Eduardo, for the victory. You won the true competition here. We're going to figure out what this ratio looks like, because I'm stunned that the hype was low enough to take a penalty, if nothing else. But we'll sort that all out. But for now, I think it's time to say goodbye to the lovely folks at home. Walter, let's start with you. Where can the nice people at home find you?
You guys can find me in the same coffin that Xander used for 2 multi-man matches. I don't even know how that works. I'm gonna have to do some. I don't know if that's ever happened. I literally don't know if that's ever fucking happened before. I'm gonna have to do some research on it, because every coffin match I've ever seen has been one-on-one. If you find one, send it to me at C80s_LOL or at C80s.bsky.social.
Midian and Viscera versus Triple H was a 3-way. I just looked up every WWE casket match ever. They are all basically one-on-ones. And the one that had a third person was the worst on the list.
Well, and that's why Glory of Legends was hyped, because there were not just one multi-man casket match, there were 2. We're doing something innovative that no one's ever done before, and we did it twice in the same night. How special are we?
Because he couldn't put both of them in the fucking casket.
Xander, where can the nice people at home find you?
You can find me on all socials at Tentacle Coach doing the Alawi thing while she's strong. Additionally, please go support Brooklyn College Esports. We're doing awesome stuff over there. That's at CUNYBC Esports. Go give them a follow. Go send them some love. Go cheer on some collegiate students as they do big things.
Yeah, definitely go give them some love. You can find me, Chase Wassenaar, at bsky.social. You could also find me at Chase Wassenaar on Twitter. I'm trying to use the former more than the latter for the sake of my mental sanity, but I know where most people are hanging out. So feel free to hit us up there. Let us know what you thought of any of these cards, what you want to see from future pay-per-views, and be sure to stay tuned to the YouTube channel. I'm going to do a better job. I think I'm going to put a playlist together and pin it to my social channels so that you can all follow the weekly shows a little bit more easily, because unless you know where to look, I imagine a lot of people are like, what do you mean the weeklies are available on YouTube? So stay tuned for that. Until next time, goodbye, Internet.
Peace.